Every nation in every region now has a decision to make.
You think I'm joking? Predator drones.
Laat staan dat ik kan ingaan over vuur.
Onder Groningen beeft, waar ons huis hier stevig stond. Ze namen het gas van onder ons mee. Nu is het koud en onze huizen zinken met de grond. Op de deur van de politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Kloppen op de deur van politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Klop op de deur van politiek. Want de grond onder Groningen is ziek. Mama, a disaster is coming. Blood money and the risk of killing people too. Mama, een ramp hangt in de lucht. Van winst uit Gronings bloed betaald. Gescheurde muur tegen mijn rug. Wat werd beloofd, moet betaald. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Klop op de deur van politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Kloppen op de deur van de politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Klop op de deur van politiek. Want het is niet Groningen. Maar de grond onder Nederland is ziek. We're not a kind of people that like to complain. Niet in onze aard om te klagen. But please understand the situation is getting out of hand. Ah, je kan dit niet vertragen. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Kloppen op de deur van politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Kloppen op de deur van de politiek. Knock, knock, knock on politicians' door. Klop op de deur van politiek. Want de grond onder Nederland is ziek. Klop op de deur van politiek. Kloppen op de deur van de politiek. Kloppen op de deur van politiek. Want de grond onder Groningen en Nederland is ziek.
The Geopolitics Empire podcast is joined by our Dutch friend and semi-regular guest, Rico Brouwer, who was previously involved in Pirate Party politics and is currently host of the Potkaars Podcast. How are you doing, Rico?
Excellent. Given the circumstances, but I'm in good health. Happy to talk to a friend who's moved around the world, Rogi.
Yes. All right.
Now,
good news.
I have a little gimmick here. So Potkaars, that's the name of my channel. It's pot with candle. Now, translate pot however you want. It's a flower pot for me, but it's a pot with candle. So conversations of hope. So that's Potkaars. Welcome.
All right. Conversations of hope. I like that. We've on Geopolitics and Empire, we've recently been discussing a lot COVID1984 and the lockdowns, and we've had a good roster of guests covering the subject. I personally make no apology for my viewpoint that this pandemic is not a pandemic, and or it's being used for absolutely nefarious totalitarian purposes by powers that are acting, at a global level, pulling the strings of nations and pushing them towards some kind of nasty agenda. But recently there have been anti-lockdown protests all over the planet. There was one recently in Mexico City, in Australia, some other parts of the world, but also in Europe. There was the one in Berlin, and I'm not sure if you attended that, but I'd like to get your take on what's happening with the COVID situation, the lockdowns in Europe, as well as in the Netherlands where you're located.
All right. So there were actually two big demonstrations in Berlin, and those were the biggest ones on the European continent. First one being August 1st, second one being last week. And first one had, we don't know how many people showed up. According to Dutch television, like 20,000. According to the organization there, 1.3 million. So that was the first demonstration, August 1st. And then the second one, like a week or 2 weeks ago, I don't know the date by heart, drew more. So let's say 1.5 million, 1.8 million people in the streets of Berlin. Now the second one was cool because they had arranged for buses, like stagecoaches, to drive into Berlin from all through Europe, from the Netherlands, from all other countries. So things are happening in Germany. Now the lockdown measures in Germany are more strict than they are in the Netherlands, like with the face masks and those things. So that's but also in Berlin, they may have some more historic perspective, right? With the Berlin Wall, that's still in recent memory. Maybe that contributes to them being more going out to demonstrations. But I wasn't there, no. A friend of mine who lives in Spain, who visits the Netherlands once a year, was here. So I decided, I have to see this guy. And then we were there talking to each other, looking at each other. And he said, I should have gone to Berlin. I said, dude, I'm here with you because you're here. We could have gone together. So no, I wasn't there. There's demonstrations in the Netherlands as well. And they are small, like 5,000 people, which is fairly small for a country of 17 million people. First demonstration we had against the corona measures was June 21st from recollection, and it was forbidden. Now in the Netherlands we have pretty solid rules that allow you to demonstrate. That's a constitutional right. You can protest whatever you like. There's no grounds for banning a demonstration unless, I don't know, the sky falls down or earthquakes happen or another. There's no grounds, but they have been blocking demonstrations in the Netherlands for this topic, even though a week before Black Lives Matter is allowed to go through. But this was blocked. People showed up regardless, and that first protest that went through, even though it was blocked, that was beaten down pretty hard for Dutch standards. So that was, we haven't seen that in a long time. And maybe that contributes to people not really wanting to go to one of those protests again. So what I'm going to do there, get beaten up again?
What do you mean? How bad did that turn out? Like people physically beaten or arrested, or what happened?
Okay, so there a few things happened there. One is people went. So in the Netherlands we have this tradition, right? Our government is situated in The Hague, just like the International Peace Court and the OPCW. Those things are in The Hague. That's where our government is as well. There's a big grassy field in The Hague. That's where we go. That's our tradition. If we go demonstrate against our state, we go to that field. It's called the Mali field. So people show up there and they're intimidated and threatened off the field until there's too many of them. And then the mayor says, well, you're allowed to protest for half an hour. And then, but after the half an hour, all of a sudden the hooligans showed. Do you know the word hooligan? What does that mean for you?
Yeah, like the delinquents.
Delinquents, yeah. In Dutch, that would mean, we mean the football supporters. That mean mischief. That would be hooligans. So then the hooligans showed up. Well, the hooligans, in the words of our Dutch prime minister, showed up. And what he actually said was doorgesnoven hooligans, which is Dutch, which is not really a Dutch word. He invented it. I tried to translate it for you. It would be the coked up thugs on drugs hooligans. So you get the idea. So they showed up. They start singing, and a bunch of them lure some of the demonstrators off the field. Then one of those presumed coked up thugs on drugs hooligans arrests somebody else, drags him over the ground, and takes him to one of the police vans. Those weren't hooligans. Those were undercover cops. They lured some of the demonstrators off the field. Now there's two groups of demonstrators, the people staying behind, the people marching off the field, doing their demonstration march or whatever. So one of the protesters was dragged off, and that's when people say, hey, don't take that guy, and then the tear gas and clubs and stuff and arrests took place. Another action that they had planned was, if democracy's died, let's put flowers in front of our city hall. That's a nice friendly protest. So people brought their flowers, wanted to go to city hall, and were banned and blocked and intimidated as well. So you're not allowed to demonstrate. I'm just taking my flowers. So that's new for us, that these things happen.
Wow, it sounds like a wake-up call, and that's a classic strategy with the police all across the world. It's a false flag tactic, infiltration, and creating a violent pretext, right, for the police to crack down and deviate the movement. What other aspects of the lockdowns can you comment on? Yeah. Whether in Netherlands or Europe? You mentioned the media as well.
Yeah, so I'll talk Netherlands first. I don't know how you look at the Netherlands. So for me, but maybe I'm chauvinistic here, we have a pretty old democracy and a sturdy constitution and a nice separation of powers. So if you talk democracy, the Dutch should maybe set an example. Is that how you would look at it, maybe?
Like historically, yes.
I guess historically. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Now, when the corona pandemic was declared, and I'm choosing my words carefully, I agree with the COVID1984 that you coined back in, I don't know, early this year. So when a pandemic was declared, the Dutch went into lockdown as well. And at that time, like in March, we didn't know what was coming. So we closed our schools, closed our restaurants, and that's just like the rest of the Western world. And I was okay with that at that time. But those lockdown measures were not done under emergency law. We have an emergency law. So if there's a case of emergency, state of emergency, like big forest fire or chemical disaster or whatever, you declare a state of emergency, and then you can do whatever you want. And then Parliament is in charge of loosening that state of emergency again. So that's your democratic process right there. Now with coronavirus, we didn't do the state of emergency. We delegated the measures to our mayors, who in the Netherlands are not elected. So unelected mayors harmonized their approach, but there was no state of emergency. Now the bandwidth that our mayors have is not that big. I mean, it's an unelected mayor. He can do whatever he needs to do, but he cannot violate our constitution. But that's what he did. That's what our mayors did. They imposed rules, all of them, that violate our constitution, like block demonstrations or like mandate the 1.5 meter measures, like you're not allowed to touch each other, kiss each other, have sex, or touch each other, or go shopping with more than 2 people, and all those things. So those measures were unconstitutional. And you can get away with that for a week or 2 weeks, but you can't get away with that for months. And a group of people stood up to that and started filing lawsuits, like fast-track lawsuits against the state and against our CDC, against our National Health Service kind of organization, the RIVM it's called. And they're and against the state, and they're losing everyone. But them taking the state to court and making these things explicit and saying, well, these are the measures you've taken. You're not allowed to take them by the mayors. They're breaking the Constitution regardless. So, judge, please put a stop to this. And then through all kinds of constructs, or the judge just refuses to look at the Constitution and says, well, I think it is kind of an emergency. And so we see that our juridical system is just as flawed as the political system that imposed these regulations through the mayors. Now, we have relaxed our measures somewhat, and I am complaining. I mean, I'm very upset and very angry at our Dutch government and at the mayors. But at the same time, in Spain, you would get beaten up if you were smoking outside your hotel. And in Germany, you have to wear the face mask all over the place. So the measures in the Netherlands are not as strict as they are in other places. But still, we are not allowed, we're not supposed to be closer to each other than 1.5 meters. We're not allowed to shake hands.
What happens if you do that in public? Is there someone like watching you? I mean, if you walk with a friend arm in arm, what's going to happen?
So when this first started, our Minister of Justice did a marketing initiative on his bicycle. Well, us being the Dutch, he took his bicycle, and this was like early summer. So through a big known park, the Vondelpark, where people were picnicking, he would be on his bike, the Minister of Justice, and stopping at people and say, well, you're not really following the rules, so you really should be following the rules, right? So and the cameras were on that, so that was nice and friendly marketing approach. So our Minister of the Justice Department on his bike through that park, talking to people in a friendly way to keep their social distance. Now that was the first implementation of our corona measures, but then the fines started. So after that, if you were close together, you would get a €390 fine. If there's 10 of you, you would get 10 times that amount. And so that's quite a significant amount of money. It's not nowhere near as bad as in Spain or Germany or other countries, but still, that's a big fine. Now, that Minister of Justice got married the other day, and well, like in most other countries, you will have some tabloid photographers sitting behind the bushes trying to snatch pictures. So we learned after the wedding that guy that was imposing fines, and that was day after day, week after week, telling people to keep their social distance, to follow the rules, to not spread the virus, to not get people sick. He was getting married, hugging everybody, hugging his mother-in-law, hugging his grandchildren, whatever, on the other arm, and that went through the day. So that's a blatant show of arrogance. Like, I'm the minister. I can get away with anything. It's like a movie, right? It's like the Three Musketeers movie where the elites spit on the people.
I mean, I think beyond just that, it shows that they're not even taking it seriously, which adds again fuel to that fire of the idea that this is not a pandemic. I mean, the elites, the people in control, are not taking it seriously. So they're not afraid. So there's something going on there.
Either that or he really hates his mother-in-law. No, they're not taking it seriously. We know they don't take it seriously. There's pictures of our lower house, of our parliament, where the people, their chairs, well, they're not 1.5 meters apart. So then now they're keeping like chairs, and then one empty, and then another one filled, and then one empty, so they can keep their 1.5 meters. But if you see through the door opening, they're just chatting, standing close together, being social, like we're supposed to. We're social animals, right? So off camera, when they think they're off camera, they're just being their social normal self. So it's all a big act. It's a big play, and it's out in the open, and everybody sees that. And also everybody does that. So when I was talking to you last time, when was that? March 6th, I made a note. Just before the lockdown, we were talking. And you were talking about your like credit card thingy that you had in Kazakhstan.
In Kazakhstan, yeah.
You were only allowed to go out a couple of times a month, and just between you and your spouse, and only for grocery shopping. So in the Netherlands, we did that for a while. If the two of you went grocery shopping, one would be stopped at the entrance, and the other one would be allowed to go in with their cleaned card. We're not doing anything of that anymore. Nobody believes that stuff anymore. We're just being our regular selves, shopping and whatever. Not observing those idiotic rules. Nobody is sick here, Vodji. And you know the word, so you coined COVID1984, and you might have actually been first to do that, the way I saw it anyway. But there's other terms now. We have the plandemic, right? And we have the case-demic. So this annoys me more than anything. There are cases. And what's a case? Well, that's a PCR tested person. So you get this test, and some part of this alleged virus was found from whatever inside your body, in your nose or in your throat. That is not an indication of you being sick or you being infectious, and it might even be a false positive. And the person inventing those tests also said you can't use this for a clinical diagnosis. But all over the world, we're using those tests, and the result is, well, there's cases, but on the news here in the Netherlands, it's portrayed as patients or infected or infectious people. So me being a journalist, I called the Dutch CDC and said, well, about those tests, I mean, this is how it's on the television. This is what it is. So am I misunderstanding? Explain this test to me. And he said, no. It's I mean, you know what we're testing, so it's not that you're infected or infectious. So how does it make it to the TV where my prime minister is saying that there's patients then? So I don't know. Ask the prime minister. So here we have the Dutch Fauci in a way, or the Dutch CDC or whatever, saying one thing, and my Dutch Minister of Health and Prime Minister saying something totally different on TV, and our Dutch BBC, the NOS, the Dutch Broadcasting Corporation, going along presenting the lies of our political system. So it's out in the open here, Vodji, but most people are not watching my podcast or yours. They're still watching their television.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar around the world, but I mean, there is a group of people, as you say, just starting not to well, I think there's a big divide. There's still people who believe the official narrative, and they won't remove themselves from it because I think they've invested so much into it, and they don't want to look stupid and admit that they've been had, that they've had the wool pulled over their eyes, as they say. But I know in Croatia, I had some relatives attend last weekend the protest in Zagreb in Croatia against the lockdowns, and as well the media, everywhere the media falsely portrays all of the protests and the protesters. Is there any final thought you have for us on the Corona bin Laden, COVID1984, the lockdowns, before we get an update on what's happening with the Julian Assange case?
Yeah, well, maybe an example. So I have 2 kids. You have kids. How old are your kids? Tell me.
2.
What's the age of 2? Okay, so you moved a very young family over from Kazakhstan to Mexico. So I don't believe kids age 2 are supposed to wear mouth masks just yet. And in school in the Netherlands, the kids also don't have to wear the masks. Some regulations still apply though. And if you have a cold, if you sneeze a lot, you're supposed to quarantine yourself for 2 weeks. Now, a foreign exchange student who came back from Mallorca, I believe, anyway, from abroad, where there were supposed to be more cases like those tested people, she was flown back and she had to mandatory quarantine in a closed down facility with a closed locked door. That's uncommon for the Netherlands. We don't have that. I mean, you heard that from Wuhan in China, where they soldered the doors closed. But this person, this student, was mandatory closed in by official Dutch instances. And it took her 6 days to ask, well, what do I have to do to leave? Can I? Well, no, you're here voluntarily. So the rules are still officially, it's voluntarily, but they impose so much pressure on you that it takes you 6 days to actually dare ask the question how you may leave. But she was locked. The door was locked, and only when she herself pressured was she allowed to leave, and she was never sick. Now I was texted by my kid, who's 14 now, and he said, well, I sneeze a lot in class. Do I need to go home? I don't know. What do I tell the kid? So my answer was, well, if you're uncomfortable being in class, then you go home. If you feel sick, then you go home. But if you think you have a cold and you want to follow this class, then you stay. But I think I broke rules, and I think he could be in trouble, because if you sneeze, you're supposed to leave. In the United States, students are tested. They're drafted, right? There's place, Ohio, I think. Oh, I'm doing this for recollection. Students are drafted and say, well, you're getting a test. And if you refuse, you're getting your mandatory isolation.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's happening everywhere. So I think recently at university, people left the campus, or they just for questioning the narrative. Students are now being kicked out for a week. And I think recently some university students broke the rules, and they were expelled from the university, and the $30,000 they paid in tuition, the university kept. So,
the other example, and then we go to Assange. I have a daughter also. She's 11 now, almost 11, and she has this presentation that she needs to do in class. Right, all the kids have to do one presentation, and they pick a topic. And she decided, I'm going to pick the coronavirus and the measures as a topic. And she's in my camp. She's critical. And I'm going, oh, what am I going to tell her? What's the teacher going to think of a kid being critical of the official narrative? I think I'll tell you in the next interview. So she's as stubborn as I am. So what do you want to know about the Assange case, Roger?
Yeah, because you've interviewed previously one of the first NSA whistleblowers, Thomas Drake, and you've known Alfred de Zayas, who was my professor as well, who's met personally with Assange, and you're out there in Europe. And today, September 7th, Monday, the Assange Wikileaks case has resumed. I haven't been following it too closely, but apparently he's been charged with 17 counts of espionage. And I was reading antiwar.com, where they, I think yesterday, published, and this is one of the scary parts of the case, and its conclusion, if it ever comes, is, quote, if Assange, an Australian citizen, is extradited to the US and prosecuted, it will be the first time a journalist is tried under the 1917 Espionage Act, and it will set a grave precedent for press freedom in the US and around the world, end quote. So maybe if you can just give us an update, what's happening with Assange in the case?
Here's the update. So Assange has been in isolation, locked up in an Ecuadorian embassy, and then arrested, taken from the embassy in London, and then arrested, put in Belmarsh prison, and he's been there over a year. And his extradition trial, the real trial dates, I mean, there were procedural hearings, so let's skip those, but there was a real trial proceeding in February. That took a week. I was there in London, and while I was there from my hotel room, I interviewed all kinds of people, including Thomas Drake that you just well, no, it was John Kiriakou. Anyway, the CIA whistleblower. You get my point. Back then, the charges were mostly Espionage Act, and that is odd. But that's the world we live in. So an Australian journalist or publisher, at the least, is sought by United States because he exposed war crimes, and United Kingdom is playing along. Sweden is playing along. Ecuador is playing along. But back in February, the pretense still won that the juridical system in United Kingdom might still exist. But well, the public jury is still out on that. So that was February. and then today it resumed. Now in court, so I was not there. If I wanted to go, I was planning to go there. I was planning to go to London, be a journalist, be a protester again. But if I did that, I had to go through 2 weeks of mandatory quarantine. And if you enter the country, unless you enter in a small... It's November 3rd, 2020. It's election day in the United States. And Hrafnsson and myself are going to try to cover that thing, talking to activists, journalists, other people that make an effort to make the world a better place. This is Potkaars, which is Dutch, pot with candle. If you say it quickly, it sounds like a podcast. That's what it is. That's me. This is my co-host, Hrafnsson. Hey, Hrafnsson.
Yeah, hey, what's up? I don't got any such gimmicks such as that, but you know.
Welcome. I'm in the Netherlands, which is in Europe. Where are you?
I'm everywhere. So I was in Kazakhstan. I'm now in Mexico. I don't know where I'll be next, but you know, on the outskirts of the U.S. empire down here in Mexico.
Okay. We have our first guest in the waiting room. I'm going to admit Kristinn Hrafnsson, who is the current, interim editor-in-chief of Wikileaks. And we have a whole host of guests lined up. We were slightly nervous doing this live. See if we can pull it off. And see what happens when Kristinn joins us. I have admitted him. So we're recording this through Zoom. Ah, there you go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You haven't slept either yet.
Not yet, but it's only 1 a.m. in the morning, so it's not bad. It's not. I prepared for this, and it's a bit of a unique night, isn't it? So
exactly. So I'm Rico Brouwer. I'm in the Netherlands. This is
Rico.
Yeah, we have met.
We have. All right.
Yeah, you wouldn't recall. So in February, you were sent out of the courtroom, and you were grumpy and walking to the fence. And I wasn't allowed in on the courtroom, so I was outside with the protesters with the tents, and you stepped up there, and we did a little interview.
Right through the fence, right?
Through the fence, that was me. So this is me, Rico from Amsterdam. Hrafnsson.
I'm Hrvoje. I'm in Mexico right now. So.
Nice to meet you in Mexico. Hi.
All right. So we're going to talk about the legal proceedings, the extradition case of Julian Assange, how that was in February and how that was last month when you were in court for a month. But this is election night. My first question would be, do you feel Julian Assange, his verdict, his freedom depends on the outcome of tonight?
I can never be certain about that, and we are very hesitant to count on it. It is, of course, noteworthy that we are arguing, and we are arguing in court in Julian's case, that this was a very political indictment, political persecution against him by the Trump administration. It was known after Trump came to power that the Obama administration had, for years and years, investigated, tried to find an angle on indicting Julian, but didn't find any that passed the New York Times problem, so-called. That is, there was no difference between what Wikileaks did and what New York Times did. So they decided not to prosecute Julian. We learned that, of course, after Trump came to power from inside the Justice Ministry in the US. So just that fact, it sort of highlights and shows that it's a political process. However, the journalists have not been able to squeeze out of Joe Biden any commitment when it comes to Julian Assange, and whether actually he will revert to the previous position of the Obama administration if, as the numbers are indicating, he is going to be the winner of this election. If Trump stays in, which seems rather likely if you are believing the poll numbers, which everybody should take with a grain of salt, with the back history in mind, things will continue. So it is. I've learned not to expect anything positive. Basically, we have seen such a pile up of negative outcomes throughout the years, and now 10 years, that I cannot allow myself to be hoping to a positive outcome. And in essence, it would be absurd to think that in this extraordinary case, with so much at stake, that you would be having to count on the voters in the US maybe narrowly putting Biden in power. And still, we don't know the outcome of that in terms of what he will do to Julian. Will he, when he takes power, and if he wins in January, appoint somebody in the Justice Department that will totally change the course? They have invested heavily in the process, the DOJ, so it's probably going to be very hard to sort of roll back on that one.
All right, so
emphasize, I mean, everything in this case is just so loaded with political input. It is, a blind man can see this is a political prosecution, and thereby Julian a political prisoner in fighting basically a persecution. And even today, we got additional evidence supporting that. A day before the election, a new version of the Mueller report was published, which had a lot of things that were redacted when the report came out firstly, exposed. So why did this happen the day before the election? I mean, there were entire pages blacked out in the original Mueller report. And we knew that this was chapters that were involving the Wikileaks and Julian Assange. So, and today we are reading this extraordinary unredacted account 1.5 years later, where it is exposed that, of course, they didn't find any wrongdoing. They didn't find any collusion with the purported criminal activity of purported Russians or what have you. There was nothing there to indict upon. And they tried everything in the book. They looked at everything, and we don't have the evidence. Yeah. So it begs the question, because the Mueller report came out before Julian was arrested in a very politically charged atmosphere, just a few months before the invasion, the allowed invasion in the Ecuadorian embassy. Why was this redacted? Why is it necessary to redact a part of a public outcome of a report like that, where it says we didn't find any criminality? It's amazing.
Well, one of the reasons I've invited you here is to get into that personal account also of what happened in court last month, and we're going to do that in a few minutes. But also, well, you're a journalist, and you're a journalist with one of the most, maybe the most independent news outlet that there is, like that's WikiLeaks. Before we go into the trial of Julian Assange in London, another question on Trump and Biden. Do you feel press freedom will be affected either way if one or the other were elected? Are your hopes on either one, or?
Well, it takes a bit of a long answer, because as a journalist, my entire working life, I've been absolutely appalled to see how the journalism has been damaged by the mainstream media institutions in the last 4 years. Yeah. It is appalling to see. I mean, before 4 years ago, we had very partisan media on the right wing. And let's focus just on the US, but the US media is very influential on the media in the world. And I mean, when I was growing up, people looked at the US media as a bastion of quality journalism under the protective umbrella of the First Amendment. What happened after 2016, we saw the sort of the right-wing leaning media, sort of the liberal leaning media, absolutely lose their bearings and jump on so-called Russiagate wagon, and which included attacks on WikiLeaks. And some people might say this was just an expose of something that was hidden before, and now just the mask was off. But it's been appalling. I mean, how on earth is anybody going to trust the mainstream media in those quarters, and not just in America, because this is an effect all over the world, and especially on the British media, obviously, where the media is so obviously partisan and without any. It's quite okay for media to be partisan in their editorial policy, but in reporting, I mean, they had no reservation in publishing absolute false reports about Julian Assange and WikiLeaks, and it was really hurtful. Even The Guardian, now almost 2 years ago, put out such a fabricated report on the front page, and it's still there. Nobody believes it's true. Not even the author believes it's true, because he left it out of a book that he published this summer about the same subject. Yeah. But it's still there. And that is what's so frustrating. But on the other hand, it amplifies the need for WikiLeaks and the ideology that WikiLeaks is based upon. Yeah. It amplifies the need to get the act together. Will things get better after the election if Biden wins? There is a lot of soul searching to be done in journalistic circles. There's a lot of cleaning up to do if the media will have to regain their trust. Now, on the other hand, if the case against Julian is continued and the fight is not won in this first round, which I think is rather unlikely, I mean, in the magistrate court, it will go on to appeal in the new year, I'm sure. That is a huge blow to the journalism world all over the world, a huge blow, and basically a watershed. And it comes on top of all the difficulties that the journalists have been facing with diminishing funds, with the attacks associated with the rise of the extreme right, etc., etc. Journalists are afraid now. They are not tackling power, and they are getting too close to comfort to those that they are supposed to be basically watching over and barking when they're doing some wrong things. Yeah. In what world is it acceptable when the liberal media that sort of supports the Democratic Party in the US has hired a string of former intelligence chiefs as commentators on politics, and when they are relying on the CIA as truths, have they forgotten the words of Mike Pompeo, who actually admitted, when he was CIA director, he was on record and he was just like jolly saying, "I'm amazed, because, when I became head of this agency, I had to get accustomed to the fact that our business is lying." And you have CNN, CNBC, other media hiring people from these institutions, basically professional liars as commentators. We have a Clapper who lied in front of Congress with impunity when he was called because of the Snowden, before the Snowden revelations. He lied about mass surveillance. And he said, and he just shrugged and said, "Well, it was the best truthful or the least untruthful version of that I could give," or some bullshit like that. Yeah. This is a person who is now a reliable commentator for journalists. That's extraordinary. So we live in an extremely precarious world, and I fear very much for the future of journalism on so many fronts. One
of the reasons that I was in London that first week was to see why such news doesn't make it to the Dutch news outlets, to television. So I wanted to see if there are any reporters, and talk to those guys. And I figured out, there was one official reporter from Dutch state television, like the Dutch BBC, the NOS. But he was there only for the Monday morning. And you were in court. And the Monday morning, that's when the Americans presented their case. So he reported on that, went on national radio, and that's it. He went off to report on Brexit the rest of the week. Now, the big leg of the extradition case was in September. You were there. I was not. But what I saw online is that you were not let in at all at the start. My question to you is a personal question. So what is your personal biggest memory of that month in court? Was it a fair trial? How are you going to look back on this?
It took me almost 2 weeks of reflection after that month ended, because it was such an intensive period to actually get my head around what the hell happened in that courtroom. Yeah. And I have to, my basic finding after it was that, in fact, this was not Julian Assange on trial. This was our civilization on trial. There were evidence after evidence presented there that could, with each and every evidence, should have been sufficed to throw this case out. And you somehow knew, because of the favoritism of the magistrate court judge towards the prosecution, towards the Americans, that it wouldn't suffice. It was such a strong evidence on so many levels that it would take me just half an hour to go through the details of it. But it was a very depressing and shocking experience to be in court there. But also, in a way, you had to be witness there to these witnesses that were presenting their case, such a strong case about the justice that was found or because of the revelations by Wikileaks, the fact that there was no harm, the fact that there was not Wikileaks blame, if you could say so, that the unredacted diplomatic cables had to be released, etc., etc. And the simple fact that the treaty between the two countries just bans extradition on political grounds, and espionage is a political ground, if anything. So, I mean, there were piles and piles of arguments that were so strong that anybody, a 10-year-old could have sit in the courtroom and take notes and say, this is absurd. This is Kafkaesque. This is Orwellian. You have to go into all the cliches to express it. And I don't know if I think about 2 weeks ago there was quite an interesting film on Netflix that I watched. It's about the trial of the Chicago 7, the individuals that were brought before a judge after the election of 1968. We're talking about 50 years ago. And where they wanted to put them in, the federal government wanted to put them in prison, the Nixon newly come to power, for inciting riots in Chicago before the Democratic Convention there. And they actually put in a new district attorney in the DOJ to push the case. And it had all the elements that I had been witnessing in courts before, just in September. A biased judge, evidence that was flimsy at best, etc., etc. And it was just like a flashback, and you started to think, my God, this is we are in a worse state than under the Nixon administration. And actually, Daniel Ellsberg, the leaker of the Pentagon Papers, he testified in Julian's case, and he said, if I had been attacked legally under the conditions of today, I would not have seen a light of day in my life. So we are much worse off than under the Nixon administration or the 60s. And so how far back do we go to find anything equivalent to the McCarthy era of the 50s, or to the early 20th century, when the Espionage Act was introduced, and it was introduced basically as a tool to cause protest against the U.S. participation in World War I. And what followed was the most, repressive regime against any protest in the US. And everybody admits that. And that's the reason why the Espionage Act was basically shelved, and because it was an extremely repressive act against the freedom of expression. So what is happening now, 100 years later, is being used against a publisher and a journalist. And if that's not a warning sign to the world, I mean, nothing is. I mean, we are in an extremely precarious time. So that is my reflection of what happened in the courtroom.
Thank you.
And
it may not even be a strong enough warning sign. I called the Dutch Journalist Association, asked them why there was no journalist at all in that month in September. They were not there. There was no reporting done at all from the Netherlands, and they repeated the same rhetoric that you referred to. So, well, yeah, Assange, well, he did put people into jeopardy. It's a complicated case. There was thing with Sweden. They were just regurgitating that story. Okay, enough on that. What I wanted to ask you also, it's been now a month. So can you describe how is Julian Assange doing? What are his conditions? How is he doing?
Well, I mean, he's in prison, in a supermax prison, or maximum security prison under COVID. I mean, it's not ideal. He's not able to see anybody. Everything is in lockdown again, and in basically under terrific circumstances. I mean, it's a horrible place. I mean, it's only a few days ago, one of the few people he had some interaction with inside Belmarsh prison, he committed suicide. And you know, this is it is a horrible place, and what awaits him on the other side if he's extradited is even worse. I mean, that is just an isolation in a 6 by 8 foot cell for the rest of his life, in isolation without meeting anybody. So this is it's what he does, and I have not been able to talk to him since the trial. But I hear from him from the intermediaries and the mother of his children, his fiancée, that you know, he's still in a fighting spirit. There is the case is still ongoing of a sort, because the final submission by his lawyers are due on Friday. So he is attempting to take part in that procedure, which is difficult because you know, it's not easy just to, you know, you don't email documents back and forth. You have to, you know, the lawyers have to go fetch a computer to the prison authorities. They have to load onto the computer that the documents have to be PDFs, a computer that the prison authorities gave, and then it has to be shipped back to the prison. The prison inspects it, and sometimes it doesn't deliver for days. So it's not a quick process. But he takes part in that, and of course verbally over telephone is involved in that process. So he's still fighting. He's an extraordinarily resilient individual, but this is, of course, is taking a great toll, and it would on anybody who has gone through these ordeals.
So later on in this broadcast event that we're doing, I asked a Dutch lawyer to reflect on what she saw happening in this trial. So we will go into more detail on those court proceedings there. But just one example that I want to make here, just to be a bit, to bring it with a little humor, if I may. So Hrvoji, you're in Mexico. I'm in the Netherlands, and you're in Iceland, I believe. So yeah. I am running a low-budget, high-definition video-audio stream that has so far worked flawlessly. I mean, we're communicating. Now, if I can pull this off with a couple of $100 or euros or whatever, how was the video feed from the courtroom to journalists and international observers? Would you please describe in detail what went on there?
It was absolutely, as you say, it was almost comical to watch, because we're talking about an empire, former empire at least, and and a country with resources. It was constantly failing. It had to be the voice would drop out, the feed would crash, and sometimes there was just not an ability to connect at all, and the audio quality was such that nobody could hear what was going on the side. It was like I don't know. It was amazing. We're talking about a society that has been working under COVID restriction, and every school child is now able to work under with these measures, with the video conferencing tool. And the courts were not able to keep up with that. It was extraordinary, and it just amazes me. I was on the verge of calling my colleagues who were very technically apt and basically offer them assistance.
Yeah, exactly.
And it did have an effect because it delayed until the end. There was no time left, and very important testimony, instead of hearing that via video link, had to be read in writing, and even it had to be read in summary instead of in full. Or, for example, I mean, we were going to hear the testimony of El Masri, the rendition victim that was picked up on the streets and flown to a black site, I think in Poland and in Bagram. It was tortured, sodomized, and after a few months they discovered to the CIA that they had done a mistake, so they dumped him off the side of the road in Albania, I think, and he got back to Germany where he was residing, and nobody believed him. They thought he had just vanished and took off. It took him years to get some justice. And the reason why he got justice was because there were documents in the Wikileaks release that supported his case, namely that the Americans were putting extreme pressure on the German government, and they were threatening the German government that if they didn't let this die, because at that time the identity of the CIA operatives was known, and a case was brought against them locally in Bavaria, I think, and the German government was under pressure to basically issue an international arrest warrant, and that's when the US stepped in and said there will be consequences if you do this, and it was quashed. So this is a document that was able to prove his case, the elements of it, and the extreme political pressure stopping him from getting justice in his case, and that was in his favor. So, I mean, this is one of the many cases where the documents have brought justice to people that have really suffered. And we couldn't hear this testimony. The video link broke, and it couldn't be fixed. And in the end, a written submission, and the prosecution, the American lawyers, were arguing that, well, we need to basically concur on what is read. They wanted to redact the written report that was submitted. And at that point in the courtroom, I mean, Julian basically broke his silence and said, I will not have a CIA torture victim being censored in this courtroom. And the judge silenced him. I mean, it was just enough is enough.
But I read that. So I was seeing that from the Netherlands and seeing it happen. The impression I got was that Julian Assange had obviously no authority at all. He was in the back in a glass cage, but he had moral authority. He stood up and said, well, I will not have this in my courts. That's what I heard him say. I will not have this in my courtroom. You will hear this testimony. So he had moral authority. And
even though the judge had been very negative when he had expressed himself before towards him, I mean, there was a sliver of shame that I felt, and everybody, of course, understood how shameful this was. You don't silence a torture victim.
Exactly.
In any courtroom, it's just shameful, and I mean, everybody in the courtroom basically went silent because we understood the implication of this. But this is an anecdotal evidence of how flawed the entire process was. And you were saying that your colleagues was talking about, well, all the damage, all the all the harm done by WikiLeaks exposure. You know, it's been even admitted by Pentagon under oath in trial in the Chelsea Manning trial 7 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying this anecdotally. So this is what the Dutch Federation of Journalists gives me back. So this is where we are.
But they are not alone in this. I mean, we're still hearing echo of this in the media. So you can imagine the power of the undermining process in the character assassination has been going on all through these years. And especially in the UK, it's been better in many countries on the mainland, you know, in France and Germany. And I don't speak Dutch, so I'm not so sure about the Dutch media in general, but there have been some positive reporting there. But overall, in the UK media, it was just became okay to kick him because it was open season and it was endorsed by all parties. So it was a collective effort by all institutions of government, the judiciary, and the media. And that is what Niels Melzer, the special rapporteur on torture of the United Nations, basically discovered when he reluctantly, you know, looked into the case, because he wasn't that interested in this guy, Julian Assange. I mean, he's got plenty of cases that he's being asked to look into. You can imagine that. And he was astonished, and he said the most honest thing by Niels Melzer was that he admitted that he had been under bias. He had been biased by the media and the general atmosphere towards Julian Assange. And he said, if it happens to me, who is a professor, who's an expert in this field, to see through the biases that are being presented in society, you can imagine about, I mean, that speaks a volume. So what about the ordinary people, the people in the streets? What about the media operatives?
All right. We are going to continue to talk about the trial of Julian Assange later on this night. For now, we have to leave it here. Our next guest, but I don't want you to leave just yet. Just there's one more question, but I want our next guest, Mr. John Rubino, to be here. We're moving into a different topic of finance. Now, since you're from Iceland, I have to ask you this question, but I'm going to admit him to the room. John Rubino, and we'll do introductions later, but maybe he can hear the question, because you are from Iceland, and the reason that hello, John. Let's see.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay, this is a bit of an odd order, but we'll do introductions in a moment. We're finishing up with Kristinn Hrafnsson, but I wanted you to hear this question. This is a bridge into your topic, where we're going to continue the discussion in. So he's from Iceland. Now, the reason that I turned activist was your bank. So all the savings I had, there wasn't that many, was with iSave Landsbanki. And what I wanted to ask you, has Iceland learned or improved from the 2008 crisis with your bankers and all of that, your political leaders that messed up Landsbanki? As I feel we have another 2008 coming on steroids. So how have the Icelanders dealt with it, and have you learned? Kristinn, what will be your opinion?
Yes, there have been some learning process, but probably more should have learned. And it's been astonishing. Of course, we were extremely lucky in economic terms that with a tourist boom, we were lifted out of the depression after the spectacular collapse of all the major banks in Iceland. Who, you know, it's a tiny country they live in, but the turnover of the banks overall was, I think, 11 times the GDP of the country. I mean, that I think outmeasures Switzerland by at least fivefold or something. I'm not sure about the numbers, but it was outrageous, and of course it hurt people in your country and elsewhere, savers who were hurt. What can I say? I mean, there was an extraordinary work of reconciliation and investigation and a report by a special commission by the parliament, which looked into every aspect of society. There was a special prosecutor's office to set up, and I mean, if it counts for something, I think of half of all the people that were put in jail after the 2008 banking crisis in the world, half of them were Icelandic. So at least there was some justice being done there, and so it lingers on, and it also lingers on in the people's mind that they don't want to it happen again, and they are willing to go out on the street, and they know the power of protest, and when enough is enough. It happened again in 2016. So in the Panama Papers, you had 10% of the population within a day of the release of the Panama Papers going down to the center of Reykjavik. It's only 27,000 people, but it's 10%. It's a sizable protest in any country, I would say.
Yeah, excellent.
And people, nobody was throwing stones, and I can tell you there was people from all sections of society, and they were just appalled that their prime minister had been involved in that scandal, and they were just packing the center of Reykjavik, and they stood there in silence. And the message was so clear: get the hell out of there. And he resigned. There was no choice. So the lesson is there. And for me as Icelander, I try to convey the story because it is the only story. It's when everything is sort of dissected, the bottom line is always this, and it still is. We haven't developed any further than that. That when people want justice, they have to physically go and meet and show their determination for change. That is still there.
Kristinn Hrafnsson, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Are you going to stay up the rest of the night or what? What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I think it's at least for an hour or two to see how things are progressing.
Yeah, take care. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Okay, so I think listeners of Geopolitics and Empire would recognize John Rubino. You've been with us a number of times. You're founder of dollarcollapse.com. You're author and co-author of a number of great books, which people should check out. And so we were just talking about the 2008 global financial crisis, and I thought, you wrote a really interesting piece recently called that this is the least important election of our lifetimes. And I think it's tied to your thesis, the thesis you've had for the past couple years, where you look at the big picture, which is that the US and many or most countries around the world are insolvent and that we're heading for a crash. And so, maybe you could tell us why this is the least important election, which I think has to do with the dollar collapse.
Yeah, well, the U.S. election is in large part about personalities. Trump just rubs 48% of the population the wrong way. And the people who are, triggered by Trump and acting out are rubbing a big part of the population otherwise the wrong way also. So you've got people hating each other in the U.S. now. We've become very tribal. And it's easy when you're living in this little tribe and only hearing the opinions of other people who agree with you to dehumanize people who disagree with you. And that's where we are right now. We've got people watching Fox News and people watching MSNBC and getting completely different worldviews from it. And because of that, this election feels existential. We've got people, gun sales are through the roof in the US right now. And we've got civil unrest and lots of things going on besides the coronavirus lockdown. So, as if we didn't already have enough to worry about, we've got political turmoil. So to a lot of people, this election feels like the most important election of our lifetimes and everything. And, in terms of policy, it's really not. In terms of personalities, yeah, it's a very different country depending on who's in charge, but only in terms of tone, not in terms of policy. You know, if the Republicans get a conservative Supreme Court, that's marginally important for a couple of social issues, and maybe a couple of corporate versus non-corporate related cases that come to the Supreme Court, but it's not that big of a deal. And it also won't be that big of a deal in terms of immigration or drug policy or foreign policy. You know, most of, and certainly not in financial policy, you know, most of what we've been doing under Trump is similar to what we were doing under President Obama. And it will be similar to what happens under President Biden if he comes into office. You know, we're still going to run $1 trillion plus deficits. We're still going to bail out everybody in sight next year. You know, we really don't have a choice because of the pandemic to either bail people out or not bail people out. You know, if we don't bail out the airlines and the cruise lines and the hotel chains and the restaurants and the state and local governments, those entities will go bankrupt one way or another. You know, states can't legally go bankrupt, but they will default on a lot of their obligations. And that will send the economy into a Great Depression 2.0. And nobody who's in charge wants to have that happen on their watch. So we will see massive bailouts and massive money printing and huge deficits, no matter who's in charge. So I really don't think it matters all that much, other than, you know, entertainment value, who's in charge next year. You know, Trump is more fun than Biden, because he's basically a stand-up comedian who somehow got elected president, you know, and he's got this big audience and he's having fun with it. But there isn't a lot of substantive stuff that he's accomplished. I mean, cutting corporate taxes is the easiest thing in the world. You know, cutting taxes is simple. It's like raising spending for the Democrats. You know, it's something that everybody wants you to do, so you can go ahead and do it with no real political downside. And that's largely all that Trump got done in his first 4 years. So maybe, you know, his next 4 years will be somewhat more productive in the direction of, you know, the wall or immigration reform in general, or, you know, I'm hesitant to think we will be free of any kind of foreign entanglements under Trump. You know, he'll try to pull us out of some wars, but I don't think he'll succeed. So, and meanwhile, we'll be going broke at an accelerating rate either way. So yeah, I don't think this is that important an election, but in terms of policy going forward. But one thing it could be important for is the civil unrest that comes if this thing is a contested election. You know, if tonight doesn't settle it, and we've got all these mail-in ballots and other kinds of things, you know, voting machines that are hacked and polling places that are closed and have to have different hours. You know, if all this stuff's going on and the lawyers for both sides are just feasting out there on all of these questions, and somebody ends up getting declared the winner, the guys who lose are going to think they got cheated. And since we're already, you know, in the middle of an episode of civil unrest here in the U.S., that could really exacerbate that side of the problem. You know, we could see some very serious riots as one side or the other decides they've been cheated and that they're not going to put up with it, and they hit the streets. And that scares me. And I guess you could call that a consequence of this election, but I think it's more a consequence of just our past mismanagement. We have angered the average American to such an extent that they're ready to go. You know, they're gearing up for civil war here. You can't even buy a gun because they've all been bought out there. We are just the most heavily armed democracy that's ever been.
I have a question
and a
on
lot
the
of people are split. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. On the point of view mentioning state and municipal defaults, there's a double question here. Has a state, United States state, defaulted before, as in not being bailed out, but actually going through a default? Is there precedent? And the other question is, if a country defaults, well, countries can't default. I mean, you can't sell the country to whoever gets money. But if a country defaults, we have a mechanism called the Club of Paris, a mechanism since 1956. So would that Club of Paris mechanism apply to states defaulting, and is there precedent of a state defaulting?
Well, countries do default all the time. and they just work it out. It's something that happens via their currency markets, or a big, a group of banks get together and help the country get past their default. So that happens. States in the U.S. are trickier because technically they can't default legally. They don't have a legal mechanism like Chapter 11 with companies. They don't have that kind of thing. But if they can't pay their bills, they can't pay their bills. They're going to have to default on some of their obligations. And it's hard to imagine an international solution to this, because this is a U.S. problem. And the U.S. government has an unlimited printing press. They can bail out the states by just creating another $3 trillion and handing it to California and New York and Kentucky and Illinois and Connecticut and New Jersey, and wiping out the debts of those states. They could totally do it. So there's no reason for the international community to get involved. But the problem with that is that there's a limit to how much a country can borrow and still have a functioning currency. And the question for the US is, where is that limit? Like, where's the brick wall that we hit in terms of taking on new debt and creating new currency that stops us cold and prevents us from being able to continue to live beyond our means? And nobody knows where that is, because we have the world's reserve currency, which means a lot of people around the world still think dollars are valuable and still will take dollars. If we print them or electronically create them, they'll give us real stuff for those dollars. But there's a limit to that. And bailing out the states and the cities and the airlines and all those other companies I just mentioned would probably tax our ability to continue to create new currency. And then once the value of a major currency starts to fall, then its country loses the main tool it has for manipulating markets. And so that's what I worry about for us, that we're heading into a time when the financial system just doesn't work anymore because it's too deeply indebted, it's too over-leveraged. And then we have nothing left. We've got immense debts that we can't pay. And we've got obligations around the world. We've got a military empire that costs us $1 trillion a year, and a cradle-to-grave entitlement system that costs about that too. So, take away our ability to borrow money to fund those things, there's no telling what happens. So that's what I see in our future. And the coronavirus lockdown just accelerated this process by causing us to borrow insane amounts of money this year and forcing us to borrow just that much more next year, and bringing the point at which we can't do that anymore closer. So it may be a 2021 problem, or it may be a few years further down the road. But sooner or later, we're going to get there, and we're going to have an insoluble financial problem. And that's when things get really interesting, because what do you do if you have a problem you can't solve?
And speaking of civil unrest, I was listening to an interview you gave recently talking about your wife, who's not a prepper, but she's like, yeah, we got to get some guns.
She's a prepper now, yeah.
And the airlines as well. I'm here in Mexico, and I'm going to need to do some flying pretty soon. And I was reading today, one of the airlines canceled all their flights because they hadn't paid for the fuel. They didn't have money to pay for the fuel. So
yeah. Well, almost any kind of a transportation or hospitality industry is operating at really low occupancy rates now. And in the case of the airlines, there aren't enough seats being filled with paying customers to pay for the planes and for the pilots and for the flight attendants and food and all the other stuff that it costs, that you have to buy to run an airline. So yeah, they will run out of money if the lockdown doesn't end immediately, or they don't get some huge bailout from their government. And so that's what next year is going to be all about. We're going to be trying to figure out, well, okay, do we just adopt the Sweden model and get rid of the lockdown and go back to economic normality in order to save the economy? Or do we stay locked down to prevent the spread of this disease at the cost of some gigantic increase in debt and potentially a huge financial crisis out there? So yeah, what you saw with the airlines is going to be replicated around the world 1,000 times, with all these other hotel chains and restaurants and retail stores. It's all going to happen to those guys in the same way. And who knows how we fix it? I don't know that there is a fix for it.
And as you said, we've kind of reached the end of the road. Francis Fukuyama said in the 90s that was the end of history. And I think now we're approaching the real true end of history in a sense. And what do you see kind of beyond the pale? Because there are various solutions being proposed. All of the world's nations are proposing these digital currencies, and we can see that next year there were some plans that I saw that by November of 2021, a lot of countries are going to start going live with these digital systems and currencies. Christine Lagarde recently tweeted about going online with the digital euro. Then we have all this talk about IMF, digital special drawing rights, gold. What's your kind of favorite theory of what might most likely happen when the system crashes?
Well, the thing to understand with digital currencies is that they're still currencies if they're run by a nation and they're not based on anything. If they're just a fiat currency, but they operate on the blockchain instead of via Visa and MasterCard and Bank of America, no difference. The government can still create that currency in infinite quantities and spend it as it sees fit. And because of that, its value is inevitably going to plunge. What a blockchain-based digital currency is a better transaction mechanism. We think, we'll see if that turns out to be true, but it looks like just a faster way to move money around. But it doesn't solve the problem of fiat currency, which is that we've basically taken away the link between our money and something real that limits the increase in supply of our money. And it'll be the same way if we have a digital dollar and a digital euro and a digital yen. Governments will still be creating them like crazy. And so their value will still be trending down, just maybe in a more efficient way transactionally is all. So we still have to have some kind of a monetary reset out there where we admit that the experiment with fiat currencies didn't work. And we go to something else. There are people who say that Bitcoin is the solution because it is a currency with a limited supply. And we could go to Bitcoin as our reserve currency and base our other currencies on Bitcoin. But, something that lives online, in cyberspace is hackable somehow, some way. So that worries me about even a cryptocurrency with an algorithmically limited supply can still be messed with by the NSA or the CIA or the Russian mafia or China's, the army branch in China that does hacking. So it's not that secure.
But that same argument would apply also to central bank digital currencies. I mean, that's
absolutely. Yeah, central bank currencies are not secure either because your bank account can be hacked. Your brokerage account can be hacked. And the governments themselves can ruin those currencies by creating too many of them. So the currencies that we have now are fatally flawed. And the question is, what do we go to next? And, it seems like the simplest solution is to go back to what worked for 200 years, which is a gold standard, where we link, or actually we just redefine our currencies as a given weight of gold.
I can imagine, as seen by central bankers and Christine Lagarde and those people, there is a flaw to the current fiat system, and that flaw, as seen from their perspective, so that's my disclaimer, that flaw might be that there's cash. There's tangible money, that you can get it from the money machine. So the way I look at it, central bank digital currencies is like pretty much the same experience as my current bank account, only without the cash. Is that am I right there to assume
yes.
that cash will be gone? It's like killing the lifeboat.
They would love to get rid of cash for a variety of reasons. One is it's, a legitimate reason is that it's a pain in the butt to run a cash-based system because you've got to keep printing this paper and it wears out and you've got to keep track of it. And it's a disease vector, we just found out lately here. But the other reason they want to get rid of it is because it's the last vestige of financial privacy. You guys and I can contract with cash and nobody has to know about it. But that's the only way that we can do it privately. If we use credit cards or bank checks or anything like that. There's a record of it, which the NSA in the US is vacuuming up every second of every hour of every day and keeping track of to use against you at some point if you cross the government in any other way, in any way. So we will do away with cash at some point because governments really want to do that. And it's just way more convenient to use electronic money. I mean, I don't use all that much cash, even though I like the idea that it exists. But someday it won't exist anymore. And that just, that opens the door to even more sharply negative interest rates, for instance, because one of the problems with negative interest rates is that people who have money in the bank will see their bank accounts get smaller year after year after year as those negative interest rates bite. So they will take their money out and just get cash and then hide that cash somewhere. And that interferes with the functioning of the financial system from the point of view of central banks. It means they can't manipulate markets as easily as they could if there was no cash. So yeah, they'll do their best to get rid of cash, but that won't save us. I mean, that just accelerates the process of all the big countries going broke at varying rates until we all go broke instantly.
I get listeners asking me questions like, what can we do? I've asked you multiple times, as well as many of my guests, when we talk about economics, what can the average Joe do? I'm reminded of Teddy Roosevelt's quote, do what you can with what you've got, where you are. So, what are just some, and people can go read your books. I mean, they're excellent. You co-authored one with James Turk of goldmoney.com. But what are some basics now in the situation where we're in at the end of 2020, some fundamental things that people can do to prepare for an uncertain future?
The first thing is to recognize that your vote doesn't matter in terms of the financial crisis that's coming. I mean, you can vote for lots of things and change the world at the margins right now, but you can't stop this gigantic financial crisis because, nobody that you can elect is going to do anything to stop it. Everybody's invested in the current system. So what you have to do is protect yourself and your family, because that's all that's left. So, the concept of prepper has some negative connotations, but conceptually, I think it's what people should be looking at right now. We should be preparing for a time when there's a lot of financial turmoil and possibly civil unrest and possibly, weird government policies being implemented because they're panicking in the throes of a financial / political crisis. And try to structure your life so that you are immune to as much of that stuff as possible. And, here in the US right now, the hottest part of the real estate market is rural land. Everybody's trying to buy a homestead because they want to be able to grow their own food, so they don't have to depend on global food supply chains, which are all of a sudden not that stable, right? Not that reliable. And gun sales are through the roof, which implies that people are kind of getting ready for either a civil war or some kind of a real period of uncertainty in which they can't necessarily count on the police to save them from trouble. Those are buying an arsenal or buying a farm are fairly extreme responses to this. I like the idea of both of them personally, and I can totally see how someone would want to do that. But the financial fix is easier. Just go out and buy a bunch of gold and silver on the assumption that those are the kinds of old forms of money that we have used for 3,000 years, and they've always held their value. So they will more than likely hold their value again when we screw up our currencies yet another time. You can go all the way back to the Roman Empire and before, and there were hyperinflations, and there was civil unrest, there were revolutions, there were natural disasters. Gold and silver stayed valuable through all of it for 3,000 years. So it will again. And that's how you insulate your finances from the kind of, hyperinflation-ish thing that might come if we continue to borrow all this money and create all this new currency, and it leads to an accelerating decline in the value of our monies. And that's relatively simple and uncontroversial. You just go buy a bunch of silver coins, put them in a very safe place, maybe shift out of your bank stocks and your Google and your Amazon stock and buy some gold mining stocks. And you're, to an extent, protected financially from what's coming, because those things that you're buying will tend to go up while your bank stocks and while your government bonds and things like that are falling in price along with the currencies. So you can do that without having to make any kind of an ideological statement.
So
I get that gold bugs are also part of the, in a lot of people's minds, part of the prepper community, and are maybe seen as survivalists also and everything. But it's a relatively easy, simple thing to do that does help prepare you for what's coming.
Have you and your wife picked up farming? That will be my last question. or maybe not just yet.
My wife is serious about this, so I'm kind of being pulled along into, from being a city boy gold bug into being a gentleman farmer. So we'll see in a few years. That might be my new persona.
Oh. All right. How about you?
All right. I think our next guest is here, Jim. No?
Oh, he dropped out. He was here in the waiting room, and now he's disconnected. Maybe
I'm not sure, John, if you're familiar with Jim Jatras, the former U.S. diplomat.
Can you text him that he should come back in the room?
No, but that sounds interesting.
I think what you said, that it won't matter really who wins, and that the end game is the same. And I think a lot of our guests are feeling the same way. That it won't matter. But maybe some people have brought up the idea that a Biden win would accelerate the crash versus Trump maybe buying us a little more time. What do you think about that?
Well, on balance, the Democrats will spend more money than the Republicans. But, before the pandemic hit, we had a Republican government running trillion-dollar deficits. So it's not like the Republicans are still the party of small government. They're running trillion-dollar deficits just like the Democrats. So, there might be a slight difference in how much money is spent and how fast the currency is devalued, but not a big one. It's coming either way.
All right. Well, John Rubino of dollarcollapse.com. Be sure to sign up to his newsletter. It's excellent. And thanks for being with us.
Enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, take care.
Jim, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you fine. Thank you.
All right. Let me introduce Jim to our audience. You've been on Geopolitics and Empire a couple of times. You're a former U.S. diplomat. I think you were the GOP Senate Foreign Policy Advisor, and I would say an all-around analyst extraordinaire. I thought we could start with a recent interview you gave to Fault Lines Radio on Sputnik, where you said that you're voting Trump essentially because you're afraid of what the other side will do. I didn't vote this year, but I feel you. What's the worst a Biden-Harris deep state victory could portend?
Oh, well, where do we start? I mean, look, Trump did not carry through with a lot of his promises from 2016, but at least he didn't start any new wars. He said he wanted to get out of the existing wars. He hasn't really done that. Hey, it's a pretty small bar to clear when you can say, thank goodness he didn't start any new wars, but at least we have that. I would not be so sure about that with Biden. If you look at the people he's likely to appoint to his administration, he makes Trump's team look like a bunch of Mahatma Gandhis. I mean, Biden has been a drum beater for everyone. He's like a Democratic John McCain, if you look at his record as a senator and his vice president. So I'm worried about that. But I think the bigger issues we have right now in our country are more what you might call, fundamental definition of who we are as a country. On the one hand, you have people, let's just talk in broad economic terms, who want to reopen the economy and start getting a paycheck again, because I think there's basically two classes of Americans right now: those who are getting paid and those that ain't. And then you've got people who are want to have at least some kind of absolute guarantee of their health from this evil virus, and they want to lock down the country nationwide, and a national mask mandate and all that, and presumably at some point nationally mandated vaccines. So I think that's one of the dividing lines. But the other one is, you might say, a big macro historical identity question. That what do you really think America is? Do you think it's a basically good country with some flaws like all countries have, or do you think it's basically an evil country that's built on racism and slavery and genocide and needs to be burnt to the ground and built from the bottom up? And I think that's the kind of let's say broad sense of, when you hear people like Obama and others saying, well, that's not who we are. Well, who is it we are? I mean, what do you think America is? Who do you think Americans are? And I think that's largely what is really going on here. And that gets to where you get into the whole question of woke ideology, that if Biden wins, and I don't know if he's going to or not, I think we will see an incredible ideological tech tyranny imposed on the country in terms of what kind of information you can access, what you can say, what's going to get you banned from social media, and also what's going to get you fired from your job, what's going to deny you financial services or utilities or maybe medical care if somebody decides that you don't, match up with, Ibrahim Kendi's idea of critical race theory or something of that sort. That's the kind of soft totalitarianism, somebody like Rod Dreher has called it, that I think would be part and parcel of an Obama administration, and there would be no turning back from that. That part of what they would do during this next 4 years would be to decisively tilt the demographic character of America so that there never could be any coming back from that kind of rainbow fascist future that they have in store for us. That's my biggest fear, I would say.
I would agree with you, and that's one of the reasons I left. One of the many reasons I left the States, because I kind of foresaw this trajectory coming. I know Rico and myself have had YouTube videos deleted. My Facebook podcast page is currently restricted, so almost no one can see it. And I read daily. There are YouTubers who, one woman who had an account with Santander, bank account. She received a letter, and they canceled her account just for her political views. Another guy from HSBC, the guy who created the Twitter alternative Gab, Andrew Torba, Visa won't allow him or his wife to have debit or credit cards. There are people who have had their Uber and Airbnb apps canceled. So it's really frightening. And so are we at this genuine 1860s moment? Because there are people that are saying it's existential, but we also see signs that there are special interests kind of trying to artificially fan the flames. We've heard about this Soros financing Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and other elites. So it seems like, is the problem, was it smaller than we're led to believe, and they're kind of fanning the flames, or how organic is this?
I think it's much bigger. I mean, and that's the other thing we have to understand. One of the funny things that struck me about Trump's administration is he never really had effective control of the executive branch of government. It's you might say it's normal political repression for the people who win an election and have control of the government to use the tools of the state and law enforcement to persecute their enemies. What kind of a goofy country do you win an election and then the winners of people are being persecuted by the organs of government that theoretically are under the authority of the guy who won the election? Lock her up was just a fantasy. That was never going to happen in 2016. Trust me, if Trump loses, he better get out of the country. He and his family had better get out of the country. They will be prosecuted. Anybody who's been connected with him will be prosecuted. That Robert Reich's Truth Commission will be hard at work, putting the finger on people, saying you, and you. And like you said, you'll lose banking services. You'll probably lose access to utilities. They say, well, I just do everything in cash. Okay, what happens when we start moving to a cashless society, like many countries are doing? Unless you're willing to go full, Unabomber cabin in the woods somewhere where you don't have any relevance to anything anyway, you'll be able to give lip service in a kind of a Soviet style, where you must swear fealty to whatever the narrative is, or else you will lose your privileges. And I think that's the future that will be almost unavoidable if this election goes in Biden's direction.
Hey, let's not make.
I know that's pretty harrowing, but hey, look, I'm an old guy. I can say whatever I want.
Well, let's not make fun of the cabin in the woods. I was planning to go to the south of Mexico in the jungles of Chiapas, So So
well,
let's say
I just got back from Serbia a couple of weeks ago, so I might be going back. Who knows? You know, it's I haven't been back home to Sparta in 50 years, but I suppose I could think about that as well.
Yeah, I was considering going back to my other homeland of Croatia, but they're part of the EU, and I don't like what the EU is doing and forcing Croatia to comply. But let's say Trump then wins, and he has a second term, 4 more years.
Yeah.
Will that just be staving off the inevitable, 2024, when maybe the Democrats will take power? What will happen then?
In all likelihood, that I think that's the case. I don't see how Trumpism survives Trump, even if he wins another 4 years. And if he wins another 4 years, a lot of people are saying, well, then he'll really go to work and he'll fire all these bad people he appointed and so on and so forth and keep all of his promises from 2016. I don't expect that. I expect 4 more years of drama, maybe fewer than 4 years of drama, but a lot of drama. He'll be just as embattled, if not more, and especially if he wins the electoral vote, but not the popular vote. We're going to see the accusations that he stole the election. And right now, I think what we're facing tonight is the likelihood, unless Trump loses Ohio or something like that, something truly fatal, there's a good chance he may try to claim victory tonight. And then the other side will accuse him of trying to steal the election. Putin is behind him, blah, blah, blah. The red mirage, they call it, the hashtag on Twitter. But then that's where you get the so-called blue shift, where all the other votes that have been coming in, like the congressional districts we saw in California in 2018, like 5 or 6 of them were called Republican on election night. And then over the month that followed, they all flipped to the Democratic camp when they kept finding new ballots, it turns out. So I don't know. I think even if he wins, unless it's really big, and it doesn't look like any win tonight will be really big, then I think they very well could steal it from him anyway.
And on that issue of civil unrest, we've asked our previous guest about that. I'm kind of having a feeling, being a professor of history myself. We had the 1789 moment, the French Revolution, with this extremist, radical, politically violent Jacobin movement. Then we had the Russian Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, which we know what happened there, and then as well as in China, 1949. I'm kind of having some feelings that it might be happening in the U.S. something like this. I hope I'm wrong, but how bad can things get in terms of a second civil war? Would it just be the next couple days? The same old group of BLM, Antifa burning down cities, and then National Guard comes in, or how bad could things be?
I think if Trump does manage to win, the cities are going to burn. I think that's axiomatic, that what we saw earlier this year will go into hyperdrive. If Biden wins, we might see some celebratory looting in some cities or something, but it won't be as bad initially, because let's remember, Antifa, like you said, Soros and other people, how many fat corporations with rainbow flag logos and so forth are providing big bucks to Black Lives Matter? Who else is funding Antifa that we don't know about? I think what we need to understand is that these guys are just the foot soldiers, that the real establishment is in the government itself, in the intel agencies, with all their friends in the IT community, in the finance community, and Hollywood, entertainment, and also all the foundations and think tanks, who are the same people that have been carrying out color revolutions in country after country, and now it's our turn. And in other words, in fact, I think there was a piece in Revolver that pointed out that not only is it the same methodology as we saw some in places like Ukraine, it's some of the same institutions, even some of the same people that were involved in the regime change in Ukraine in 2014. So, and I don't think most Americans really have any idea about this stuff, since, as you know, most Americans have very little knowledge of the outside world at all, much less what kind of activities our government tends to conduct in some of these countries with, the usual suspects in concert with them.
So I just, since you mentioned color revolutions, I thought we could segue a bit into foreign policy, which you focus on a lot. And I did an interview with Dr. Craig Roberts recently, who was the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury under Reagan. And, basically he was discussing how, as you said, that this is a color revolution and coup come home to roost. But now we're seeing, I was in Kazakhstan, And I had students that were working with an NGO in Kazakhstan that was financed by USAID, Open Society, National Endowment for Democracy. And the student actually showed me in Russian Cyrillic, it said she got the certificate for participating in an essay contest, and it was certified by National Endowment for Democracy. So I was like, whoa, what's going on here in Kazakhstan? And then I find out they have this revolutionary movement that's been going on called Wake Up Kazakhstan. And one of the leaders was, back 10 years ago, he did a training with National Endowment for Democracy. And so now we see in Belarus these coup attempts called a revolution. We saw in Kyrgyzstan recently as well. And then we have the Armenia-Azerbaijan war going on. I mean, is this the British-US Empire? I don't know. What's going on? Is this like they're?
A lot of people have been quick to pronounce the unipolar world is dead, and we're now seeing the dawn of the multipolar world. I guess nobody's really told that to the unipower, that they still act as though they are the only real actor in the world, and they have this. Somebody has compared it to the Comintern. It's like the Demintern. All of these organizations around the world that one way or another seem to have a foot almost everywhere, a thumb in every pie, and that regime change one way or the other, whether it's through armed aggression or through a color revolution, still seems to be the name of the game. The unipower is finished. Then what explains Belarus? How it seems to me that if you start with the notion that there's only one possible path forward for the human race, and that is, this woke Borg ideology that is centered in the ruling establishment in Washington, that no other power on the planet is legitimate unless it basically becomes a satellite of that power. And that, in my opinion, explains why countries like Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, and a few others are being targeted, and they don't give up. I mean, look at Syria. That for 9 years, the United States and its various friends in the region have been trying to overthrow the Syrian government. It's pretty clear that's not going to happen through direct military means, but they can still manage to cause a ruckus and cause a lot of suffering there, and a lot of sanctions, and a lot of people dying and suffering, because, well, if we can't take it off the chessboard, at least we can make sure it stays in turmoil and a mess. That's good enough for the time being, because we see what the options might be in the future at some point to force them to submit, which is really what it's all about. And I think that Trump, obviously Trump at least sounded like he didn't want to go down that road. With regard to Iran, for example, when the Iranians shot down that unmanned drone a couple of years ago, the talk was we were within 10 minutes of launching a strike on Iran, and only because Tucker Carlson personally called Trump and talked him out of it that he decided not to do it. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the talk around Washington is. But at least Trump did not want to take that last fatal step. I think Joe Biden is going to be simply a willing foot soldier in the hands of the kind of people that have been messing up American policy for decades, and that Trump ran against in 2016 but really couldn't subdue. So I think we're going to see a lot more meddling, a lot more, and of course he signaled that Russia in particular is going to be, the great threat that we will double down on. So I'm not real optimistic on that front.
Maybe a personal interest question from me. I'm Rico from the Netherlands in Europe, and I was listening to your interview you did in April with Vreede, and you said in that talk you called NATO a control mechanism over Europe. Now, in light of that, there's talk about European army. So could you reflect on the autonomy or lack thereof of a European army? But also, it was not too long ago that Germany was asking or suggesting NATO play a role in domestic crowd control. I mean, there's riots all over the place. So Germany calls in NATO. I can imagine they would call in European army, but how would that work if it's a control mechanism over Europe? Your thoughts?
Well, of course, my personal opinion, which means nothing, is that NATO should have gone out of business about 5 minutes after the Warsaw Pact did. that didn't happen. And I can recall even back in the middle of the 1990s, there was a lot of worry in Washington that the Europeans would want to create their own viable defense force, defense establishment. There's kind of a paradox here, because you'll hear from Washington sometimes, well, the Europeans can't really be independent of NATO until they create their own defense capability, which then begs the question, defense against what? Defense against whom? Against the Russians? I mean, they obviously don't need it for that. That's a scarecrow. They probably do need it to control some of the migrant invasion that they've been undergoing. But since no government in Europe is really serious about that, except maybe Hungary and Poland, that's obviously not the purpose of a European force. I think, in a way, it would be sort of an exercise in narcissism to say, we have a European force and therefore we don't need NATO. Okay, fine, if that's what it is. But I think Trump's initially skeptical attitude toward NATO was hijacked by, I think, even people like Richard Grenell, who, claim to be Trumpers, to really turn it simply back to the old American line of burden sharing. What it really is about is make NATO great again, make the Europeans pay for their own defense. Again, defense against whom, defense against what, but they've sidetracked the real question of what in the wide world of sports is NATO for anymore, and why do we need it? They don't want to have that discussion.
Right.
And maybe
by the way, if Biden does win, I think most of the European governments will be absolutely thrilled that he's won. Here's somebody sane we can talk to. Here's somebody that they will be lapdogs at Master's table in terms of a revitalization of the kind of NATO that they all agree upon. And I think it will be even more active and frankly, more aggressive in Eastern Europe.
I tend to look a lot at the historical cycle, and I feel like, it's 2020, and I feel like it's the 1920s and 30s all over again. And we see things really heating up. The U.S. is sending more jets out into Alaska. Russia is, working a lot in the Arctic. Recently, mm-hmm. I think it was told that, NATO or the U.S. were relocating troops to Eastern Europe, bordering Russia. The U.S. is with an unprecedented arms deal, I think, with Taiwan. They're arming Taiwan. And I feel there's a number of people that are saying, it's 2020, and in the near term, we're not going to see a hot war, maybe like things like Azerbaijan and Armenia, proxy wars. But by 2025, closer to 2030, we may see larger military conflicts. What's your take on
there's
the
a theory that there are cycles in these things historically, and that you've had a big conflagration in Europe pretty much every century or so since the 30 Years' War. And the last big one we had was, is receding into that century mark. If you look at World War I to World War II as two rounds of the same European conflict. And that may be the case. There was a good piece, I think, written by Gil Doctorow a couple of years ago, where he quoted from Tolstoy's War and Peace about what caused this war. And he was saying that it wasn't so much this or that political action by the actors, but rather the acceptance by all concerned of the underlying logic that led to the war. And if you start with an attitude from Washington and our various satellites that the only acceptable Russia is the one we had under Yeltsin, which essentially was an American-controlled government, and that anything else is considered aggression against democracy and human rights, that the internal logic of that policy either leads to keep pressing until they finally collapse and we can get a color revolution going in Moscow, or that pressure leads to some kind of an incident that escalates in a way that nobody expected. And I think that's a potential problem, not only true with regard to Russia, but also with China. And I suppose there are people in Washington who are mad enough to think that they could launch a nuclear war or launch a general war, even a non-nuclear war against Russia, and not blow up the planet. But I don't think that's too many of them. I think it's more likely they think if they just keep turning the screws, eventually the Russians will cry uncle and come crawling, or they will collapse. And I don't think either of those things are going to happen. And so that means that some, when the irresistible force meets the immovable object, something's got to give. And I ask myself, let's suppose that's true. What can any of us do about that? If we were all sitting around in 1913 and we all knew exactly what was going to happen the following year, what could anybody have really done about it at that point? Not a whole lot. Would you stand on the rooftop and say, "Hey, there's going to be a big war. Everybody stop"? Well, it wouldn't have stopped anything. And I don't see what puts the brakes on this kind of internal logic towards some great global conflagration.
I mean, we're going to head to our cabin in the woods, So with the few minutes we have remaining, what other, issues that have you been writing about, talking about, that are pressing on your mind?
That's pretty much it, Hrvoje. I haven't really written all that much recently. I did do a presentation in Belgrade a couple of weeks ago on the question of, does America have a future? And my friend, Dr. Srđan Trifković, sort of closed it out by relating a conversation he had with Igor Shafarevich in Moscow in the 1990s. And he asked him, does Russia have a future? And Shafarevich said something along the lines, well, as a mathematician, he wants precise quantities and sees where the equation goes. And if you ask the question that way, he does not see how Russia has a future. On the other hand, as a Christian, he believes in the Holy Spirit, and therefore Russia's future is not only possible, but inevitable. I don't know if I have quite that level of faith when it comes to America, but I'm hoping against hope that there's some kind of a vitality left in the American ethnos, that it can somehow avoid the fate that's being prepared for it. But I'm kind of depressed by the thought that if Biden wins, once a revolutionary regime takes power, I look at the historical circumstances of the Russian Civil War, the Spanish Civil War, the Mexican Revolution, the French Revolution. Once a revolutionary regime is in power, the only one I have seen where they lost power because of popular resistance was in Spain. And that's only because Franco had good allies. In other words, I don't see, in other words, if you asked earlier about Civil War, I don't think we'll see something like 1861. But let's remember, Americans hate each other now a lot more than they did in 1861. That in terms of not even sharing the basic assumptions about not only what it means to be an American, but what it means to be human. What are the fundamental values of humanity? We are aliens from one another. We are enemies from one another. And if things do start to fall apart, it won't be like, guys in blue and gray shooting at each other across the field. It'll be more like the Yugoslav civil wars, or like the Spanish Civil War, or something like that. And my guess, it won't even be that. That we will simply see repression from an increasingly powerful totalitarian state, and that there won't be much resistance, and what little there is sporadically will simply be crushed.
I would just add a comment. Speaking of Russia, I read an interesting article from Axis of Logic website interviewing a Russian veteran who was saying that, this whole issue of the attack on Belarus and Kyrgyzstan and Armenia, Azerbaijan was essentially just attack on Russia to weaken Russia, more of the same as you've been saying. But it was interesting what the veteran, his conclusion, saying that, it could succeed to weaken Russia economically, politically, militarily, and he was saying that it was possible that Russia could lose its country, but after we've seen Napoleon's invasion and Hitler's invasion, Russia's still around. So,
well, and remember too what Vladimir Putin has said. He said, growing up on the main streets of Leningrad, if you know you're going to be in a fight and you can't avoid it, you pick the time and the place. And I suspect there are people in Moscow thinking along those lines, that if they think war is going to be inevitable, I don't relish the thought that our side may have a few surprises prepared for them. What is it? The truth is the first casualty of war. The second casualty is the plan. Everybody goes into war with a plan, but the trouble with the plan is they fail to take the enemy's vote into account, because the enemy generally doesn't want to cooperate with your plan. So it's whatever's coming both domestically and internationally, I don't think that's going to be quick.
All right, let's bring in our next guest is here, Helen Buyniski. I'm not sure if you're familiar with each other. Both of you are often on RT, interviewed there, and she writes for RT. So she's logging in.
Hey.
Through the wonders of Zoom.
Oh, whoops! I got on your other video. Let me get that out of here.
Your camera is claimed by another device, by another program.
What?
No, carry on.
It's been smooth. It's been smooth sailing so far. So
Oh, good.
It's bound to have a technical glitch sometime at the night. So.
Can you hear me?
No.
We can hear you. We can't see you.
We can hear you fine.
Can't see me. Interesting. Let me see. Oh crap. It's not good. It says stop. Wait. It says stop video. Why can't?
Maybe you can try to log out and come back in.
Yeah. Let me try that. Hold on. Sorry about this.
All right. And I guess any final thought, Jim, before you leave us?
No. That's all. I've got actually a couple other calls to make. So if you don't mind, I'll
all right.
bail out.
Thanks for being here.
All right. Thank you. Nice meeting you, Rico.
Bye-bye.
And let's hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm going to get myself a cabin also. Thanks for the tip.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. All right, now we'll see if she comes back in with her camera running. Now, when that happens, the camera might be claimed. I don't know what's going on with her, but it might be claimed by another program. Sometimes people have, I don't know, whatever other tool running, like Skype or something. Maybe that's...
we can do just audio.
We can do audio,
only.
Yeah. And also, oh, she's back. I'm gonna let her in. In a moment, after Helen, we're gonna talk to Martin Armstrong. He's only audio.
All right, we see you now.
We got you.
I think you're in New York, yeah?
Okay. Yes, I'm in New York.
Have
All right,
you?
just
Yeah. Have you been following? So this is an election night, but we've been talking to guests, so we have no clue what's going on. Have you been following what's going on?
Well, the polls are just closing now. I mean, everybody's been around the world has been asking me, who's winning? Who's winning? We don't know who's winning yet. They've been saying for the last several months that, we're not going to know until they count all the mail-in votes and they count all the this and they count all the that. They've got truckloads of votes sitting in some warehouse somewhere in like New Jersey, and they're going to wait to bust those in until the last minute when they need to get whoever they need to have actually win this election. I mean, although I shouldn't say that because mail-in voting is no more fraudulent than electronic voting machine voting, which is one of the most fraudulent methods of voting in existence. So, I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But no, there's no definitive results yet, and to expect them right now is a bit unrealistic.
No, all right, fair enough. But I'm watching a Dutch. So I'm in the Netherlands, in Europe. I'm watching a Dutch news feed, and they say, "Well, Trump is ahead in Florida." Well, that's for whatever that's worth. So anyway.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any definitive results here or there, but
we're not going to be that kind of a broadcast now on the on the mail-in vote and the voting computers. Both would be subpar. I like voting, with pen and with just analog, but mail-in voting. I'm surprised that it's being used so massively in the United States, because is the question being raised that when you mail-in vote, that you're not necessarily alone, so you're not necessarily uninfluenced. That might be a big disadvantage.
Well, yeah, there's this whole thing called ballot harvesting, where there's literally people from both parties that go around door to door, basically intimidating people into saying, well, hey, you haven't filled out your ballot yet. Gee, sure would be a shame if anything happened to your car or your dog or your house or you. Or, I mean, I'm that's obviously a cartoonish exaggeration of ballot harvesting, but this does happen, and it is a problem. And the idea that, I mean, yeah, like you said, that they're not necessarily alone. It could be somebody holding your hand or somebody filling out the ballot for you, as is exactly. Many cases. There have been all these cases popping up of like dead people voting and stuff, and it's like, okay, so obviously that person didn't vote. Who did?
Yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, to get your thoughts a bit, I think there's been a running theme with a lot of our guests and even some of us hosts when we're discussing Biden or Trump, right? And a lot of us think that there won't be too much of a difference. It's more like Coke and Pepsi. Some people think that Biden will accelerate the crash of the American empire, and Trump maybe will buy us some time. I mean, what are your thoughts on the dynamics of the whole Biden and Trump and what's going on?
Well, I think that Biden has said he wants to put the entire country under a lockdown. Well, basically, he said he wants to do what the scientists want to do. And of course, what the scientists, quote unquote, want to do has nothing to do with science. If you're looking at somebody like Fauci, he's been wrong about every major so-called epidemic in his entire career. He's got the blood of thousands of people on his hands just from the AIDS epidemic alone, when he blocked medications that would have saved lives in favor of medications that actually killed people, like AZT. And so it's like, that's definitely a big problem. I don't think that there's that much of a difference. As you said, it's Coke and Pepsi in terms of actual policy that affects, foreign policy, things like that. We're going to get more war no matter who it is. Trump, for all his rhetoric about ending the wars in the Middle East, actually bombed more civilians than even Obama. And that's a lot of civilians dying at the hands of U.S. taxpayer paid bombs. But as far as domestic policy goes, I think for those of us who are interested in remaining outside of a nationwide lockdown, as much as I am loath to say anything in favor of Donald Trump, like it is slightly more rosy outlook there, but only slightly. Of course, he could do an about face, because you get the feeling that Trump is just playing a role at any rate. And he's made it clear, even during the first part of the pandemic, that this was all decisions being made far above his pay grade. Like he didn't want to do any sort of federal lockdown, but then he made some comment about how, we didn't want to do this, but they said we had to. And who's they? And he's always kind of teased just this little hint of, okay, well, I'm not the one making the decisions here, so don't blame me. And that's why I've said before in some of my articles for RT that I don't think that either of them really wanted to win this particular election, because they know that whatever happens, they're going to be saddled with the fall of the empire. And while it's entirely possible they could keep the ball rolling, it's getting a bit ridiculous. If you're minting trillions of dollars at a time, at every single every time Congress convenes, we need another multi-trillion-dollar bailout because you're deliberately smothering the economy with a pillow. And it's a little bit of a certainty almost that something is going to have to give. And I don't know exactly what that will be or when, but I do know that they have all kinds of fun unrest in store for if things don't go the way they want. And I can't be too optimistic about either outcome, but I would rather not live under a nationwide lockdown. So, that's just my way of looking at things.
Well, the difference is, so this is from Europe, I'm in the Netherlands. We have a lot of small nations now. And in Austria we have a lockdown. In Spain, you're not allowed out without your face mask. And just today, outside even.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's in the United States, but that's idiot. But our prime minister went out in his press conference just this evening, like a couple of hours ago, saying, "Well, you're not allowed out with more than 2 people and your kid. So we can't. Me and my wife and our boy, we can't be on the street if he has his way." And he's talking curfew. So apparently this virus is being blocked by a curfew in his imagination.
That's exactly it. They want us to completely just ditch our common sense. Any sort of reasonable reaction to something like that, such as, the virus has a bedtime. Does the virus not, the virus sees this many people and it says, ooh, yummy. And then it sees this many people and says, I'm going to stay away. Nobody actually thinks like that, and nobody thinks the virus thinks like that, but they don't want you to react like that. So it's just been a constant chipping away at your common sense, and constant chipping and chipping and chipping away, so that when they finally roll out whatever the big reveal is, and it does present a bit of trepidation that you don't, whatever is going on now is going to be looking like child's play when they finally deliver the real deal here. Because I do think that this because of the low death rate in general of the novel coronavirus, that this is a dress rehearsal for whatever the final thing is going to be. This is just making sure they have all their ducks in a row. There was that World Health Organization document that asked all signatories to have conducted, I believe it was 2 drills using the entire health emergency service. I'm not remembering the phrasing exactly, but there was a document that was put out in, I think, 2018 18 that I mean, I can send it to you guys to post it in the show notes, because I think everybody should read this. It's very interesting, especially in light of what's going on now in terms of just like, oh, you have to conduct a drill using the entire emergency system by September 2020 was the deadline. And so, yeah, they don't want you to react like a normal human being would react. They want to alienate you not only from the planet, and not only from your species, not only from your civilization, your family, your friend group, but from yourself. They want you not to actually behave according to a normal human instinct of self-preservation, of just, a normal reaction. So they try to say, oh, these are things that spread the virus. There's the New York Times editorial board actually put out something a few days back saying that we can't celebrate the holidays as usual because we know that singing, laughing, and smiling, well, no, it wasn't smiling, but it was singing, laughing, and celebrating, something like that, spreads the virus. And not like, oh, crying or shouting, but it was all these like happy things that we know that spreads the virus, so we can't see our families for the holidays.
Yeah, same thing here. It's global, it's universal. But do you think it's a dress rehearsal for another virus or a bigger virus, or it's a dress rehearsal for something else?
It could be both. I mean, Bill Gates has said that this is, they're going to listen to us next time. He's always talking about pandemic 2.0, and he's made a bunch of comments about a bioterror attack. So it's entirely possible that they might combine two of their favorite things and have like a false flag bioterror attack. But it could also be lockdowns for another reason. I mean, I've heard this talk of climate lockdowns. I think that sounds a bit far-fetched, but then again, we would have thought that this sounds far-fetched back, 2 years ago. So, I mean, that they've gotten what they wanted, and they realize there's absolutely no opposition. So the sky's the limit.
This was actually almost literally a statement by our government saying, well, one way to get our climate goals is to continue this lockdown.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's insane. That is so insane. But I mean, they got what they wanted the first time. So what's going to stop them from taking it to the most absurd lengths they can possibly go?
Yeah, and the document you mentioned, that was 2019, I think, September 2019, and it was like this new institution that was formed between WHO, UN, Fauci was on the board, someone from the Gates Foundation, and yeah, as you said, that by September 2020, so that was 2 months ago, they should have run. Like the second part of their simulation. And I mean, there's just so many things. We had that 2010 Rockefeller lockstep report. And then last year, there were half a dozen coronavirus influenza bioterror simulations. Crimson Contagion, Urban Outbreak, the one in Wuhan in September where the Chinese specifically were running.
Yeah, Event 201, of course, Event 201. So, yeah, I mean, what was the name of that new organization? That was the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. Was that what it's called?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so now there's all this talk about dark winter, and I after Biden mentioned it recently in the debate, I did a quick search and I found the mayor of London also used the term dark winter. The Minnesota governor used dark winter.
Oh my God!
From another state, and so it's now become some kind of slogan, "Dark Winter."
Yes, as soon as he said that during the debate, I went on Twitter and it was just like, Biden just said "Dark Winter." We're all doomed. It's just like, I mean, when they start throwing that term around, it's like, obviously, I mean, some people know what it means, other people don't. But when it becomes a meme, it's like "Build Back Better." "Build Back Better" is suddenly on everybody's lips, and it's like, okay, so you guys all had a meeting beforehand and decided this was what you were gonna say. It's a little bit disingenuous of them, let's say.
And I guess another question I was going to ask you, I think you may have covered this sometimes in your writing. Perhaps, there's this talk of foreign interference in U.S. politics, and I'm not specifically talking about Russiagate, but you can comment on that. But, we have all these lobby groups as well, the Saudi lobby, the Israeli lobby, Chinese economic interests, Silicon Valley, as well as the good old military-industrial complex and Wall Street. So it kind of goes back to what we were saying before that, it'll be worse, definitely, as you said, with Biden. I wouldn't want to be in a lockdown. And it's interesting to see how people who otherwise wouldn't vote for Trump, maybe people from the progressive or left side, are now kind of like saying, well, it's the least worst option to go with Trump. But, if Trump wins, will that make some of these other lobby groups happy?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Israeli lobby has been pretty heavily invested in the Trump campaign. I mean, there's a right and a left wing to the Israeli lobby, just like there's a right and a left wing to the U.S. politics. But the right wing of Israeli politics is pretty heavily invested in Donald Trump. Sheldon Adelson has given him millions and millions of dollars, and in this campaign as well as in the last one. And of course, legendarily, Paul Singer, the vulture capitalist who tried to steal Twitter earlier this year, while originally commissioning the Fusion GPS study that became Russiagate, ended up actually donating to Trump. And then this year, again, he's been a backer of Trump. So yeah, the Israeli lobby, at least that half of it, will be perfectly happy to have Trump in office again because they think they can squeeze a war with Iran out of him. And whether or not that happens, I mean, I think that would be ideal for the ones that want the bioterror attack. They would probably stage one and blame it on Iran, and then they could have their war. But it's also possible that Israeli politics is in its own death spiral. So given where the corner that Bibi is backing himself into, he could just attack Iran and then try to drive the U.S. into war, because what has he got to lose? It's the whole Samson option thing. So while I don't think he's quite in that level yet, the Israelis are not happy with being locked down either. So it's entirely possible that they might have bigger problems on their hands right now than a few U.S. activists who happen to be not really interested in giving their tax dollars to a war criminal state, or at least a war criminal state they don't live in.
What are some other issues? I mean, we've covered a lot of different topics. So election, some of the lobby groups, COVID1984. What are some other issues that you recurrently focus on that are on your mind lately?
Well, I mean, definitely the coronavirus thing is very much in the forefront, because I live in New York City and we've completely just destroyed everything that made this place special. And I think that it's getting into people's identities, and it's changing who they are as a person, or psychologically, their entire character. Because if you have lived your entire life working up to be something like, say, an artist or a musician or anything along those lines, or an actor. I mean, in New York had this huge theater industry and this huge music industry. And I hesitate to even use the word industry because that implies some sort of like faceless capitalist thing. And it wasn't really that. It was that these were genuinely like valuable organizations that produced good art that a lot of people came here to see. And now we don't have that anymore. Now we're literally explicitly by executive order forbidden to have that by a wannabe totalitarian, call him like the mini primate Mussolini, but that's kind of an insult to Mussolini because, Cuomo is just so... He's such a repulsive character, and it's just that he has put out an executive order in August that forbids anyone from staging musical or theatrical performances and charging admissions for them, or having people pay for them ahead of time. So you can't know that if you go to a place and there's going to be music going on, you can't know about it beforehand, and you can't pay for it beforehand. And it's just the most obviously inside out thing ever. And the whole idea is to asset strip what's left of New York City, is to take the properties of the restaurants, take the properties of the theaters. And sure enough, the real estate valuations for New York have plummeted way into the bottom, into the basement. And I believe it is pretty much the same across the nation to a greater or lesser extent. I think probably more so in democratic states where we've had these heavy lockdowns, or we've had these shutdowns that have put entire industries out on the street. It's a giant asset stripping scheme. And just as the giant sucking sound that Ross Perot talked about NAFTA pushing across the border, now we're getting a giant sucking sound going upwards to the private equity executives. That Cuomo literally has these private equity executives, these, again, vulture capitalists on the board of the committee tasked with putting New York back together again after he broke it. And so the idea that you have these people who are profiting off companies being broken shells, husks of their former selves, and you have these companies tasked with putting together it's the biggest conflict of interest you can possibly imagine. And this is, I believe that this is going on to some extent across the ocean in England too, but I don't know enough of the details I know that they're trying to privatize the NHS, and they've been trying to do that for a long time, but I think that they're definitely finding a way to work that in as far as forbidding practices to carry out quote unquote non-essential procedures. And then you basically end up bankrupting the practices, and it becomes, oh, well, look, they have no money. Well, I guess we'll just have to sell it off. And that was how they were able to get the hospitals in the US to agree to basically commit what would amount to war crimes if we were in a declared war, as far as just putting infected patients in wards with the elderly and frail and having them infect everybody and basically kill everybody, and then having preemptively written exemptions into the law that would prevent them from being put in jail for these crimes. The idea that this wasn't pre-planned, or at least in part that there was some kind of game plan, is completely absurd. And the fact that there are still people trying to argue that, it was very telling that like Twitter and everybody's trending topics, that they now no longer allow topics to trend organically. It can only trend if there's a mainstream news story associated with it. And that, it's very unfortunate that what could have been a tool of liberation for the people has become such a tool of mental control. It's become a definite cult. I kind of diverged from where I was starting with that, but in terms of people's personalities, they've had their reason for existing, the thing that they had always been, their purpose as say an artist or a musician or something, and now they can be a rule follower, and they can be a really good rule follower, and that's what they're going to be now, because they realize that there's no future for them in this previous thing, and rather than fight back and actually stand up for themselves and actually stand up for humanity, even, it's okay, well, I'm going to be a rule follower. I'm going to rat out my neighbor, and unfortunately, this is where you get the Karens, the Stasi, the Corona Stasi, or whatever. There's a whole bunch of terms for them, but I've been thinking a lot about that lately, about how community policing is the new thing, and
I saw a new thing pop up in the Netherlands just this evening. So our mainstream media is all on Team Biden. So we're all for Democrats. Now the alternative channels would be just like mine, of a more open opinion. Let's see who has the better ideas or what have you. But then there was this alternative channel that was, and I'm assuming they were paid, that was also plugging. They were just like mainstream media doing their Biden routine, but under the guise of being an alternative citizen journalism channel. So that was new that I saw that. And a friend of mine was a guest there. I saw her on that channel being interviewed, and she was asked, "Oh, you're favoring Trump? Well, would you be our guest?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll be on TV." But she was set up. I saw her being set up on a citizen journalistic channel. So that was new for me to see that here in the Netherlands.
We have a lot of that here. There's a huge amount of formerly alternative media personalities who have just completely bought into the whole Corona thing and become complete fearmongers. And oh, how dare these people go around without masks on outdoors? That they must hate their fellow man, and that they must be secretly Trump supporters or white supremacists. There's been this whole weird nonsensical thing, try to conflate people who don't want to be wearing a mask outside because it serves no purpose other than to basically mark you as a member of the cult of Corona, and white supremacy. It doesn't. I see no logical link between the two. But here we don't need logic anymore. Logic is, after all, spreads the coronavirus.
Exactly. And so Roger, myself, were discussing before we started if and which guest interview would get us on the penalty bench in YouTube again.
It's me.
Well, you would think that, but I don't know. Roger, what would you place your bets already or not on that one?
Well, we're still streaming, so
maybe
yeah,
maybe sit it out first. But the thing is, it's arbitrary. So I'm mentioning this because you mentioned Twitter just now. We've had a couple of years now of shadow banning, and you don't know how you're being banned, but currently it's just blatant out in the open. You'll just get deleted, or you create your tweets and your tweets get deleted, or you're the only one seeing your own timeline. And if you ask a friend, they say, "No, I don't see your tweets." So it's way out in the open.
Yeah, these last couple of days I've been, sometimes I'll try to tweet something and then it'll say, "Oh, we're sorry, there's been an error. Try again." And it's like, wait a second, what? And you keep clicking and nothing happens, and you like go do something else, and you come back an hour and it happens and it's fine. It's the whole like idea of learned helplessness. It's like if you're a mouse in a cage and you're trying to get to the food bowl, but the floor is electrocuted, and as you get closer to the food bowl, sometimes there'll be a shock and sometimes there won't, but eventually you just like expect the shock and you just decide, you know what, I don't need this food right now.
I'm not that hungry. Yeah, exactly. So what you go.
Just gonna say, a few days ago, there was that stuff that came out with Mr. Biden's son, and I one of the sources that I found was from Gateway Pundit, and they published it on their website, but I noticed they hadn't tweeted anything about it. It was on their website, and I, being like the little kid who sees the electric outlet, and he probably knows what's gonna happen if he sticks his finger in an electric outlet, but does it anyways, and so I decided to tweet that stuff from on Twitter, and immediately, not like a millisecond later, it says you're locked out of your Twitter for 12 hours. And then I had to wait till the next morning to remove the tweet and be unlocked and be warned that, if you do this again, you're going to be permanently terminated from Twitter. So.
Oh my God. Yeah. The reaction to that story was just over the top. I mean, talk about like the cover up being worse than the crime. It's like, okay, so I mean, I think they really screwed the pooch with that one, because it just made it so obvious. They got sued by the Republican National Committee for that. The Twitter did for making an in-kind contribution to the Biden campaign, just by blocking anybody who tried to share that story. And I think they realized they went a little too far, because they retracted at least a little bit of it. Now it just shows up with like a thought babysitting warning where, are you sure you want to share that story? I'm afraid we can't let you share that story. Are you really, really, really sure? And then they eventually let you share it, but you can't just retweet. That would be wrong. The whole block on retweets is so ridiculous, but
I guess one of my last questions goes back to what you were saying about New York, and I know Enrico's, when he interviewed me for his podcast a month or two ago, I was saying the same thing, that the BLM and Antifa are the useful idiots, and we've seen evidence now that they've been receiving financing from the oligarchs, right? Soros, Warren Buffett, and others, probably big tech folk, Amazon and all these people, and their goal is to run amok in the cities, burn them down, have the residents flee, the property prices decline, and the same financiers buy it up for pennies on the dollar, and then they build their new smart cities or whatever. That's happening here. They're not burning down the city where I am here in Mexico, but I found the governor's plans where he's actually being financed by Rockefeller, because we're a resilient city, and resilient cities receive, it's in the report, they receive exclusively funds from Rockefeller Foundation and World Bank, and they need to use those funds to create a cashless city, build pre-crime. It actually mentions pre-crime, have their police move into pre-crime, create this smart surveillance grid. So that's kind of happening. But do you think New York will recover? So I've seen a lot of prominent people tweet that New York is finished. What are your thoughts there?
I don't think New York will recover. No, I mean, they've made sure that it won't. They've shut down the subways between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock a.m., which, if you're supposed to be the city that never sleeps and you rely on nightlife for a good portion of your people's entertainment, one of the whole reasons people live here is because there's stuff to do, and you legally prohibit people from doing those things. And then, as you mentioned, I would love to see the Mexican version of the Rockefeller document, because I know New York has all kinds of partnerships with Israeli tech startups. Cuomo, there's at least two that I know of that whose names of course I can never remember when I need to, but at any rate, there's one where they've signed an agreement with Cuomo that 5 cities, including New York, will be these test labs for basically Israeli smart cities, and then there's another Israeli tech incubator that is in part going to be part of New York. And as you say, I don't know if they're going to burn the entire thing down, but they definitely need to retrofit it, and that's what helps with getting everybody out of the office buildings, so they can get their people in, retrofit it to monitor every single drop of water used, every single electron that goes through the wires, and to be able to cut them off when the people that you don't like are using them. Of course, that's a big part of it. But yeah, the surveillance system, I mean, that's what the I don't want to say the word that the 5th generation wireless, those the letter and the number you're not supposed to say in sequence without getting kicked off YouTube. That is more for surveillance than for anything else. It's you can't have 24/7, 365 surveillance of every single human being on the planet without that kind of bandwidth. And given our current infrastructure, we cannot do that. So once they have that, then it will be entirely possible to do this pre-crime stuff and to basically be able to know your next move better than you know it yourself. And I think that really needs to be something that people focus on more than everybody's attention is so divided right now and into so many things, including a lot of dead ends and red herrings. And I think people really need to, like, if you're gonna make your whole work about something, then make sure that you're actually working towards something that really exists. Don't be trusting the plan or whatever. I mean, the fact that there are still people out there trusting the plan, it's like, guys, I know you want something to be true, but you can't will that into existence. You cannot make a silk purse out of the political sow's ear. And I think that what they're doing in the cities right now, New York is not coming back. And New York has been its back has been broken. Its people have been completely subjugated into these spineless. It's funny, there's the aquarium down here where I live out by Coney Island is no longer open, but they have these signs out there from when it used to be. And one of the signs says, "No spine, no problem. Come see our invertebrate exhibit." But I just find it funny every time I see that, because that really describes New Yorkers now to a T. No spine, no problem indeed.
Let me just read a few comments from viewers who are listening now. Someone says New York City will eventually recover, but as a shell of what it was, will just be a gated corporate island. And another, thanks for this comment, guys. All your guests this evening have been fantastic. All right, so we know we're doing good. So any final thought to leave us with, Helen?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't consider it becoming a gated corporate community to be recovery at all. I would consider that to be, a calcification of its graveyard status. But yeah, I suppose economically it could be considered recovery, or a holding pen for the human cattle or something like that. I don't think we need holding pens for human cattle. I think we need humans to stand up and stop being cattle. But
exactly. Okay.
Where's the best place people can follow you? I know your Twitter feed is a great resource. You've got your website as well. Where should people go?
Yeah, helenofdestroy.com. My website is, you can find basically everything. All my social media accounts are linked on there. If for some reason my website should go down, you can always find me on Twitter, Velocirapture23, VELOCIRAPTURE 23. When I signed up with that name, I never thought I was going to have to be spelling it, but it's a story of my life. But and I also write for RT.com. You can search my name on there, Helen Buyniski, and my articles will come up.
So you're a Russian agent? Just kidding.
Oh yeah, totally.
And don't say that you can always find you on Twitter, because there may be one day where we might.
That's true. You can always find me somewhere on the internet, but you never know where I will be.
Well, that's hopeful, at least. So he can keep the internet. All right. Fun talking to you. Thank you.
Nice talking to you guys as well. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Take care in New York.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, defend it for us. All right. So, do we have a winner already? Or what you had a television on the side?
I think the question is, has the civil unrest started yet? So
no.
Thankfully,
actually, my question is: has either of the candidates declared victory already?
No, nothing yet. They're still racing to see about the electoral college. It says race to 270 is on. So nothing so far.
So we decided not too long ago. I don't know, when was that? A week and a half ago. Let's try to do a shared podcast with live guests on. And we invited some people, and some responded, some didn't. And I decided, well, if I'm going to do this with Vreede, I have to ask Martin Armstrong. If you don't ask, he's certainly not going to show up. And just yesterday, I got a message. So we have to explain to the people who is Martin Armstrong, and some of your viewers and mine would know him because we're mentioning him, but the broader audience, I don't think so. So his office connected to me yesterday, and I interviewed him just before we got started. Not on Zoom, so it was on cell phone. So we're going to play that back in a moment. Now, my introduction to Martin Armstrong would be this. The financial crisis in 2008 opened my eyes, and I started reading history and started going back to school, just self-educate myself. I didn't want to go through not knowing what was going on ever again. And one of my heroes, one of the people I found providing information, is a historian, Erik Mekking in the Netherlands. And I actually visited him once, and he showed me a document that Martin Armstrong wrote in jail. It's just time, I think it's called. And it was handwritten or just typewritered. And Mekking said, well, this guy, you really need to learn about Martin Armstrong. He's looked at all financial systems, flows, international connections, back in history, back in Roman ages. He's looked at cycles in the sun. He sees cycles in everything. And he correlates those. And he's the only one doing that. He's actually a computer programmer. He's put all that information in a computer. And he's actually got the coolest source code in the world. And he said that to me because I've worked all my life in ICT and I had never heard of Martin Armstrong. So this historian told me about Martin Armstrong, and I started following him. And he's one of the authorities out there that I really try to read everything off that he posts. And now he agreed to be on our show. I just interviewed him. Would you add to this introduction, or what would you say?
Yeah, I've followed Martin for a long time. So yeah, he created this AI software that inputs data going back thousands of years that no one has done anything like this. And it had such an accurate record forecasting the future that I think the CIA approached him and said, hey, give me your life's work. And he's like, you crazy? And they put him into jail on trumped up charges for a number of years, and he got out, I think, a decade ago, and resumed his work. And you subscribe to his reports and his service. I think he's got a conference coming up in exactly a month where you can attend in person or stream online. And he has extremely accurate forecasts. And he's worked with central banks and leaders of presidents and prime ministers from all around the world. So he's a very serious person, and I think I think this is going to be interesting.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so my guest here is Mr. Martin Armstrong. I got to know you through a historian in the Netherlands who introduced you as a programmer, and I hadn't heard of Martin Armstrong. He said, well, you should. You're an IT person. But if I look in Wikipedia and stuff, you're called an economic forecaster. If you're introduced, Martin, how would you describe your area of expertise?
Well, I guess mainly it's been I was a trader, so it's more from the economic side, I suppose. Actually, I was speaking at one of the market technicians in Chicago, and Milton Friedman came up to me, and I was pretty much the one of the top analysts in foreign exchange worldwide. So back when they were even forming the G5 in 1985, I was one of the people they called in for that. And it was Milton who basically told me, he says, look, what you're doing is something that he only dreamed about. And I was kind of really surprised. But then I realized he had written a book in 1953 about the floating exchange rate system. So because we did foreign exchange, we had basically offices around the world, from Geneva and London and Japan and China. I mean, everywhere. So because that was the major issue. So when I was younger, I also happened to have my father was a lawyer, and he was trying to push me into law. So I have a good background in law too, but I was more interested in trading. So he then pushed me into programming. So then I got into artificial intelligence in That's why I created our system. We named Socrates.
Yeah, that's what Eric Macking said. You wrote the best software in the world, basically, with that program Socrates. We'll get to that, what that thing does in a moment. Now, my first question to you is, in this changed time over the last half year at the least, what Socrates does is analyze pretty much everything and find cyclical movements, and you use them or use that program to forecast future events. Now we're in a situation with the coronavirus. I was wondering, does this corona situation in itself follow a cycle that you have determined?
Disease, yes. Basically a cycle to just about everything. The real, this is not a real, serious event. They're using it politically. All you have to do is look at the death rate. It's no greater than even the flu. A serious issue is when you're really looking at the Spanish flu or something like that, and if 10, 15% of the population is actually dying, now you got a real serious issue. We don't see that even remotely coming up. The first real disease cycle kicks in around 2022. So, this one is not even as bad as the 2017 flu.
Huh. Okay, thanks. I've been reading your blogs, armstrongeconomics.com, and on there, at least once, but I think you do it more often than that, you say we have to crash and burn before we can reach something good again. Now, I was wondering, is that scenario, like we need to crash and burn before we can build again, has it changed by this virus and the measures taken? In other words, has Socrates made changes to its longer term prediction of the future based on events of the last half year?
No, actually, what they are doing is, they are deliberately trying to crash the economy to create this great new reset. And in doing so, you're not only wiping out small businesses and things of this nature. So economically, Socrates has been showing that we're in a contraction into 2022. But it has also been forecasting, and I've put out for the last probably 10 years even, that this particular cycle would be a commodity cycle in the agricultural side, and that it was showing that we would be in a period of going into shortages. Ironically, this is exactly what these people have created. By all these lockdowns and things of this nature, there is shortages of food developing around the world. From China, Africa, there's been food riots down there. Even in the United States, there was, periods where you couldn't find a lot of different things. And now you have the EU moving into ban fertilizers and things of this nature, which will seriously reduce the output of agricultural crops around the world.
Yeah. So I'm in Europe, I'm in the Netherlands. Just this evening, my prime minister has had another of his press conferences warning us for curfews happening and restricting us from, I believe we're not even allowed to be outside as parents with our kid if that child is over 14. So there's measures outside of any reasonable correlation with preventing a virus. So this leads into a question. We see lockdowns everywhere and riots in Europe, and then the World Economic Forum has presented plans, and the IMF is mentioning a great reset now and mentioning we need a Bretton Woods too. I was wondering, have these signals have had an impact on the flow of money? Because that's what Socrates is taking in. You're looking at the flow of big money over the world. Have what have been happening over the last months have an impact of the flow of big money throughout the world?
Yes, it's confirming more or less what the trend has been. and that a lot of it will, I think, also be accelerated depending upon the presidential elections outcome here. But I mean, what is going on with these people is that this Great Reset, has been orchestrated, honestly. And, the center has been the World Economic Forum. And this is all quite astonishing, really. But, Klaus Schwab, you can look on YouTube, he's put out his 8 predictions for 2030. And it's a communistic world. This is what the academics tend to always want to create. And his number one thing is you will own nothing. All right, you'll rent everything. He wants to eliminate property, end fossil fuels. You won't eat meat anymore. Honestly, if I did what these people did, I'd be in prison for probably, multiple lifetimes. You have Bill Gates and everybody standing up, and what do they have investments in? Meat substitutes. He's put in, investments in everything that they're pitching. Shut down meat plants, do this, do that. It all benefits whatever they have. It's the greatest inside, trading scam, I think, in the history of human recorded time. It's unbelievable. I really think, look, I have worked with governments around the world for 40 years. I was one of the ones who was called in by China to help them become a capitalistic system. It was very, very interesting, meeting with central banks there. I probably have met with more central banks than anybody, I think, in the world, really. And because they all know we have this computer, and it's not my personal opinion, and it's monitoring everything in the world. Every market, every buy market, agriculture, capital flows, weather, diseases, even natural disasters are in there. All these things are what is really behind the business cycle. It's not any individual thing. And the same thing with these climate change people. It's really absurd. It's CO2. It's just look on the NASA website, what percent of the atmosphere is CO2? It's 0.04%. That's it. All right. They act like the world is going to end because of this. And they don't do any analysis prior to 1850. And, there's plenty of data that comes from ice core samples. There's always been a cyclical atmosphere. And it's been, clearly shown that there's a 300-year cycle that the sun beats like your heart. It increases in magnitude and decreases. In history, we have the poles flip. On Earth, it tends to be, last one was about 41,000 years ago. But on the sun, they flip every 11 years. Of course, nobody lives there, so we don't really know what happens. But when we go into solar minimum, the correlations are very clear. What comes out of the sun then is an increase in gamma rays. And a lot of people believe that perhaps that's why earthquakes and volcanoes tend to correspond to when you're in solar minimum. That maybe the gamma rays penetrate the earth more. So there's so much more that we're just scratching the surface. And you can never reduce everything down to a single cause and effect. And I think that's what our number one problem is in Western society. It's a complex thing that's more like a rainforest. It's every species is interrelated to everything else. It's not just simply one thing.
And what we're doing
So
tonight,
our computer is showing that.
what we are doing tonight is creating also a presidential election broadcast, but unlike all the other ones, we're not focusing on Biden or Trump. Like, we're focusing on the effect of all these things that you just mentioned also. And would it even matter if Biden or Trump were elected, and would they be able to change this? So if we go back to the economic side of things, well, obviously they won't be able to change the cycle of the sun, but the statements made by World Economic Forum, by IMF, the corona measures that we're in, do you feel those being tied into Trump or Biden be elected? In other words, would either candidate be able to change the course of the EMF or World Economic Forum, you think?
Now, what we really have at stake is that the ECB there in Europe lowered interest rates to negative in 2014. So here we are 6 years later, and they still have been unable to stimulate the economy or get inflation to 2%. Why? Because all the economic theories that they have are failing. And you have to look at it from this perspective. What have they've done is they basically have destroyed the European bond market. The same thing in Japan. This is why the U.S. Treasuries are basically the only real thing game in town. But the central bank is trapped. It cannot now raise interest rates without blowing up its own portfolio. The member states cannot continue to sell bonds. The ECB is the one that buys them up at negative rates. So the only way out of this is really what our computer has been forecasting, and we're going into a monetary crisis cycle. They will talking about moving into an electronic digital euro, banning Bitcoin, etc., which is logical because they're really trying to get all the cash, prevent people from hoarding money and push it into the banks because they're not interested in bailing out the banks anymore. So all this is basically designed what they will do. And if you look at what Schwab is saying, you will own nothing. All right. This is basically the agenda, is that what they will do is really default on the bonds. Now, I've been pushing that they should at least declare them to be perpetual bonds, where you get an interest, and I've said it should be basically made at 3% to pay out an interest, or I find the bonds are no longer redeemable per se, more or less like the British consols. Now, the other side of the coin is what Schwab is, and that is basically just default, period. And that's what he's really saying, you will own nothing. So they no longer have to issue debt, roll it all the time. So this is basically a bailout of everything. And that's what they're really talking about, a new Bretton Woods, etc. There is no way to fix the current system. They are, since World War II, all they have been doing is borrowing year after year after year with no intention of ever paying anything back. And you can go to our site and you'll see that if you just calculate the cumulative interest that they have paid, all right, you get the left wing say, the capitalists and the money. 70%, up to 70% of the debt, and even this is applied to Germany before they start lowering these rates, was not money that went to schools or roads. It went to interest. That was it. So this system has failed. And how do you get out of it? I'm trying to at least retain democracy, etc. These lockdowns are basically about destroying the economy, you've already wiped out about a third of small businesses. And just look at what what they just did in Britain. Lockdown, basically saying, well, he's not guaranteeing it will be lifted at any point in time. They're going to wipe out Christmas. He's now made it against the law for more than 2 people to go out. And you're giving everybody an 80% of what their salary was because he's destroyed their jobs.
What they also
now,
said...
nobody in their right mind would do this.
Yeah. He said, you'll own nothing, but then the sentence continued and they said, you'll own nothing and you'll be happier about it. Well, what came to mind for me was, well, if you continue these measures, well, whatever comes after will make everybody happier. So they're making us miserable. So their solution would be more accepted, maybe. If I understand...
basically what they're trying to do is they wipe out everybody's jobs, etc. They think that then you'll be satisfied by simply giving you some money and you stay home and watch TV.
Yeah, exactly. Now, another thing that came up was the G20. G20 finance officials set November 13th meeting to finalize debt framework. So is this entwined? Is this the plan World Economic Forum is also pitching? And in your opinion, will that be then make outstanding debt perpetual with 0 interest rate, or would they go with your plan, at least normalize interest rates? What do you think? Are they up to November 13th?
I think they're probably going to follow Schwab. He's got a lot more pull, I would say. Just look at his board of directors. I mean, Kristinn Lagarde's on the board of the World Economic Forum. So, Al Gore. I mean, he's got these people basically eating out of his hand. He talks to Kristinn Lagarde all the time. Now, I can tell you that nobody will, in the actual press, is willing to stick their neck out and investigate. But if you look at it, Bill Gates started selling his stock in December last year, ahead of the crash. World Economic Forum, they sold out everything. All right? And Schwab, I can say, told Tony, well, he didn't want to appear to be greedy. This has been organized. It's been an intentional attack on the world economy to change it. And this is not something that, oh, gee, look at this. Well, let's figure out how we can make it better. And they intended to do this. And like I said, I've worked with politicians my whole life. And for years, I mean, I would say, if we don't do this, it's going to crash. All right. And they still do it. All right. Because a politician is different. I can't run for president and say, vote for me because I saved your job. You're going to look at me like, well, how do I know I would have lost it? All right. Nobody can win an election that way. It's better you lose your job and then I say, vote for me, I'll get the guy that did it. So they love crisis.
What you also said is back in the day you were called in to assess a new presidential candidates. I'm assuming that stopped before. Well, maybe you were also asked to assess Biden at a certain point. But if you were to give an opinion on Donald Trump or Joe Biden, what would it be at this time?
Oh, Trump, absolutely. I mean, the major difference is this, is that, I mean, I know for a fact all the allegations about Biden and Ukraine and China, I know they're absolutely 100% correct because I know people on the opposite side. But forget the corruption side. The difference between a career politician and somebody like Trump is that Trump has to return to a private business. So he's never going to pass some sort of law that's so draconian that's going to affect himself. Whereas a career politician does not return to anything. They just get speaking fees and they live off of the government for free. So I've studied many different types of government, and the best one was the Republic in Genoa. The Doge, or like president, rotated on an annual basis, and it was a member of all the richest families. But it might be 30 years by the time your family came back into power. But that kept things legitimate, because nobody would, again, pass a law that they would be subjected to themselves the following year. And it wasn't this class warfare stuff that we hear. And ever since Marx, it's all, us against them. They try to divide people. And I mean, you can look at what was really the truth was the unemployment of blacks was at the lowest historical ever in December. So this has been all orchestrated to crash the economy so they really can rebuild it. It's kind of like Nero, what they say, fiddling while Rome burns.
So that slogan,
this is basically what they're doing.
That slogan that they come up with, build back better, that wasn't a lie, that's their intention. Right?
Yes, I mean,
it's not better for me.
Schwab put out his fourth, industrial revolution. Nobody ever designed the other ones.
Yeah, exactly.
He thinks, oh, okay, fine, we can, create artificial intelligence will replace all these different things. Look, I have a computer that will replace basically every analyst. You could use it to even replace the legal system, even politicians.
So basically, what he's doing is fighting the cycles, then, or no?
Yes, I mean, look, it's you look at his promo piece, and it's equality, inclusion. This is the same pitch that they used for the Russian Revolution. I mean, it's just nonsense. He wants to bring equality. Are you going to give up all your assets and take off your sashes and your medals and go walk on the streets with everybody else? Of course not. We are the great unwashed. We're too stupid to know what's good for us. So it takes these super intelligent beings like him, Gates, Soros, and others to be on top to make sure that we have a good life. This is their idea.
In one of your newsletters, your blog entries, people can follow them for free, which is great. Martin Armstrong, or ArmstrongEconomics.com. You said you talked about Bitcoin. You mentioned that a moment ago as well, and you said Bitcoin is not going to be allowed. And I thought, well, how are they going to stop it then? But then the other day, like last week, I tried to sell a little bit, and then what you get in the Netherlands, and it's European law, is that you're supposed to show where you got them. Well, that's new. You never had to show where you got your euros or your dollars, but now you have to show how you got your euros, and then the trading company is supposed to make sure that you're not whitewashing your money laundering your bitcoins. So that's the easy way to prevent people fleeing to Bitcoin, maybe. But at the same time, I hear reports that Iran is now trying to trade or own or use Bitcoin. Do you still see Bitcoin being not allowed as an international player, or how do you see that? Has that changed?
No, I mean, from the beginning, I warned people, look, they're just allowing it so they're following it to see how it works, and then they will replace it themselves. They are not going to allow competition. They don't allow anybody else to print, money. It's a monopoly. China has already outlawed Bitcoin. That's it. We have other services where our clients can get into Socrates, and simply because Socrates was forecasting Bitcoin, Europe said we were not allowed to take any money on any other service as long as we have Bitcoin. we had to move everything. We had to shut down our services in Europe and move them to the United States because of simply one. And we told them, we're only forecasting Bitcoin. We're not selling it. Didn't matter.
They're afraid of it, though, then, aren't they?
Yes, look, that gold, anything that they see as a place that money can seep out of the system. So the digital euro they want, it eliminates bank runs. You can't go to the bank and say, give me all my money out of the account. How are you going to get it out?
Digital.
You can't go down there with a flash drive and say, here, put it all on there. This is just the way it is.
I was thinking that that digital euro or digital dollar or central bank digital currency, that it was maybe another year or 2 years before it would be here. But given the speed with the way things are developing now, I wouldn't even be surprised if we'd see it in January. What's your take on when we will see that introduced?
No, our information is that they were looking to do it by January.
Okay. Final.
Extremely rapidly, and particularly if Bush wins, if Trump wins, then what will happen is they're going to move at lightning speed because they're going to afraid that capital is going to be leaving Europe and running to the United States. If Biden wins, then he's already stated that he'll rejoin the UN because he'll just join on with everything else that's going on in Europe. And he'll be extending lockdowns, etc., over here as well.
Okay. So, let's final question that I have two questions. So what I also read on your site and on the newsletters that you send out is information about how to trade a vertical market. So whichever president wins tonight, that might trigger those vertical markets you were talking about, wouldn't it?
Yes, I don't know if you're going to know who actually won tonight. There is indications that there are a lot more people out there for Trump than the polls claim. I think it's the same thing as Brexit. I think the polls are just being manipulated to try and convince people to vote for Biden. But, you go out there. I voted this morning, and all you saw was people out there, when you left, they go, did you vote for Trump? That was it. I didn't see anybody out there with Biden signs.
Yeah, well, the theory is they all did it by mail, but we'll have to see about how that evolves then. Okay, but
yes, that will be interesting because I think that mostly the people that voted are the ones that don't trust that type of system. Yeah. So I think, they were probably more pro-Trump that voted actually today. And they were using the virus to scare, honestly, everybody into staying home and trying to blame Trump for everything. It's just crazy. But
okay,
but this is really what's going on.
My final question would be this: over the last couple of years, I was under the assumption that it would be a big bank, Monte dei Paschi in Italy, or even Deutsche Bank, who would go under, and then we'd be back in 2008 on steroids. Now, with all the money printing, and you've been talking about the repo market, the interventions there, and I've seen money go, the new support packages in the European Union. No bank, this is just my feeling, no bank is going to be allowed to fail anymore. They'll just print whatever they need to be. So they need to perpetuate this system. Now, what we are going through now, what is unfolding now, is that new in the history of the world? Are there parallels?
Yes. Even if you look at Rome, for example, Rome didn't have a national debt. So as far as a real major debt crisis, this is probably the first time in history for that. There have been private, debt crises over the centuries, but we're looking at this stage in the game at really the governments have gone too far. The system does not work, and that's what this great reset is really about. And that's why they've been able to just sell it. It's like I said, I've worked with politicians for such a long time. Somebody like Johnson, what he's just done in London, he's basically destroying the economy. A third of small businesses are gone. By the time he's done, he'll wipe out the rest. And so you have to ask, he knows what has happened. Why would he do this again? All right. He has no intention of worrying about running for election. I've been given, internal memos from Germany. They're already planning to postpone the elections there as well. We may not see elections again. And this is all built up into this crisis, etc. And it's really about government because they were going to fail.
But should Trump win big, like not contested, he would not go along with this. But would he be able to change these plans or put a stop to them, or is it going to play out anyway? What do you think?
I think it's going to play out anyway. I mean, all he can do is basically stand up and offer an alternative. You'll see a lot of capital just basically flee Europe in that case. And, but their grand plan with this great reset is to overthrow Trump. Then they have the nuclear power of the United States, and Biden even said it in his in the debate. He would rejoin the UN and use that power to force China to comply. This is what they're really trying to do, and I think it's seriously wrong. And they're going to put a risk of international war, and the computer's showing probably by 2027. So you're not going to be able to force the rest of the world to comply with this new, great reset. It's absurd. It's just completely absurd. You can't get politicians in Parliament or Congress to ever agree 100%. So how are you going to get the entire world to agree to this great reset? I mean, it's just not plausible.
Well, yeah, that is the question that I have when I see my prime minister on television. So, why is he doing this and not being honest or taking the? Well, obviously, we're a very small country. What can he do? At least he could be honest, but he's not doing that.
Look, to me, they have clearly been bribing the top politicians in the major countries that they need to, and then the others are going, well, I don't know, they're doing it, so I guess we follow that as well. But I'm telling you, I've worked with politicians way too long. I've had enough of them, and they do not do anything proactive. They prefer crisis, so therefore there's no way they would be doing this, to prevent a disease. No, they're doing this because they've been paid. And the only question is, what have they been bribed in? Euros, dollars, British pounds, Bitcoin. What is it? What are they taking?
This is. Oh, we're going to ask them. There's going to be a point in time where we are going to ask them that. So that's my hope for the future. Martin Armstrong, just my last question then. Have you voted already or no?
Yes, I did. I was down there first, 7 o'clock in the morning.
So would you tell us what you voted for? Who you voted for?
I voted for Trump because again, I don't think this election is traditional in the sense of one personality versus another. It's an agenda. And that's what I'm looking at. I don't care how many tweets Trump does. I mean, at least I know that he's not going to do something drastic because he has the business he has to return to.
It's true. Martin Armstrong, thank you so much for talking to us. Stay in good health.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and good luck over there.
That was fun. Is your mic back on? Oh, yeah.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, all right.
What do you think?
I mean, I couldn't get Martin Armstrong on, and you did, so I'm jealous.
Well, we've been competing viewers of this live stream, so you're still ahead there. You've got more viewers to this live event than do I. However, I have to welcome another group of people in here as well. So there's the Geopolitics Empire group of supporters. That's your that's your fan base. Where are they located? All over? Do you know?
All over the planet, I guess.
I would assume mostly United States. I mean, you're doing all English.
I get messages from Australia, Europe, so on.
So my broadcasts are these days mostly Dutch, and whenever I do something English, like now, I'm naive maybe, but I think everybody in the Netherlands speaks fluent English, but it's not the case. So a large part of my audience doesn't know what we're talking about, and then I go off, "Oh, this is a brilliant interview. You have to watch this." And they go, "Yeah, I don't understand it. Can you create subtitles?" Well, that's a tremendous amount of work. But I really would have everybody watch Armstrong. This was a good conversation.
Check out his documentary Forecaster, which tells about the story of what happened to him. So
yeah, the Forecaster. The thing is, it has been on Dutch television also, and I grabbed it off the internet before that. But then it was on Dutch TV, and it was redacted. A part in the middle was cut out, and that was the part where Martin Armstrong drew a drawing and said how that banker Safra was killed and how Putin got into power after the USSR fell. So that would be the high point of that documentary. And they decided to cut it out on Dutch television. I never bothered to ask. They would probably say, "Yeah, we had to cut it out to so and so many minutes." Yeah, right. I'm not buying that. So there were some quotes in here. We could the greatest inside trading in recorded history. There was some insider trading taking place just before 9/11.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and
well, even with the Corona stuff, bunch of the CEOs and stuff. I mean, they were selling stocks before the pandemic was declared. So, yeah, as when I was on Spiro Skouras' show, he called it, COVID1984 a global 9/11. So
there you go. Yeah. Then another thing he said, and that I've been. So tonight you're keeping me awake, but sometimes I have problems sleeping. And one of the things that are going through my mind is what Armstrong just said. We'll probably see, as according to his computer program, we're going to see an international war by 2027. All right, cool.
I mean, I'm always obsessed with that because I see it coming. So Martin Armstrong, according to his Socrates program, says the same. I just see it as inevitable. And Ricardo Bossi, the former Australian Special Forces that I interviewed, said, and as a history teacher myself, it's like, what's the default state of mankind? Is war. Peace is the anomaly. So that's just fact,
So the thing is, my son is 14 now. So at 7 years, imagine green attire, gun, and that's the last of that. That's what's going through my mind. Enough about this. Oh, and at my place, it's almost 5 a.m. So if you see me yawn, it's not you.
Well, here it's close to 10 p.m. Maybe just a quick update what's going on.
Yeah, can you?
Not too much seems to be going on. What caught my eye was that apparently in Ethiopia, there's been a coup initiated. Some are talking about war. So that's interesting that has happened now. And there's talk about Bitcoin, people saying that if you had invested in Bitcoin before this election, that they're saying it's going to skyrocket. So that's some news there related to the election. It seems a lot of the big betting odds have switched to Trump. So the big money is betting on Trump. And then Axios put out an interesting piece that says, if news organizations declare Joe Biden the mathematical president-elect, he plans to address the nation as his new leader, even if President Trump continues to fight in court. And I think if something like that happens, that would be the start of, crazy stuff happening. But, nothing has been decided yet. It's tight race between the electoral college. So there's really no news yet.
Well, Bitcoin doesn't really care just yet. It's up 3% in the last 24 hours, which for Bitcoin is kind of common. If this were gold, then that would be an issue. But Bitcoin is not moving too much. I had to sell a little bit. Our car broke down, so I bought a new one with my Bitcoin. That's why I knew that the tax thing was going on here in Europe. You have to show where you got your Bitcoins. Well, I got them from Max Kaiser. He talked me into them 2013. Just a little bit. It's not too much left, but still, at least a car. Oh, yeah, but I was going to talk about the audience. So your audience is all over the place. Mine is mostly Dutch, but I have to welcome our anonymous worldwide watchers as well. So just before we started broadcasting, a friend of mine said, oh, I could multiplex this stream also. So we got anonymous. We were posting to their YouTube channel as well. So if YouTube wants to ban this thing, they have to go to 3 different locations. So they'll figure it out probably. Okay, our next guest. Let me lead up to that. In the Netherlands, when Corona crisis hit, or the measures hit, there was this protest group that sprung out of that called Virus Truth. And they were taking the Dutch government to court for the measures. So I found that interesting. So I was in court, I was audience, I was seeing how that evolved, and I was at demonstrations. And at one of those events, I met a Dutch lawyer, Charlie de Vreede. And I have interviewed her here for some activism stuff that she does. And we were talking about Assange, and I said, well, I was in London in February, I've been following that thing over the last years. And she said, yeah, so did I. So we decided to make an interview of her as a Dutch law professional, observing what's going on with Julian Assange in London currently. So if people want to read up on my interviews, we have talked. So the first conversation that we did today was Kristinn Hrafnsson of Wikileaks. He referred to Nils Melzer, who is the rapporteur for torture by the United Nations. I have interviewed Nils Melzer. And Hrafnsson is a journalist. Another journalist that's involved with Julian Assange's case is Stefania Maurizi. She's an Italian journalist, and she is the one that's been working year after year in getting FOIA information through Freedom of Information Act out in the Assange case. So she's doing FOIA requests to United States, to United Kingdom, to Sweden, to I don't know what other countries. And she's managed to figure out that the Crown Prosecution Service, so the British prosecutors have actually instructed Sweden in things, and that in Great Britain they got rid of evidence. So that's journalistic work right there. So we're bitching about mainstream journalists not doing effort. Well, there is good journalists out there, and Stefania is one of them. I have talked to Stefania Maurizi also. That's why I'm bringing this up. So if you want to watch the Nils Melzer interview, Stefania Maurizi interview, look them up. They're on the Potkaars channel, and they're in English. Sorry, Dutch viewers. So what do you think? Ravachi, we talked to Charlie de Vreede yesterday. We did it together. Let's watch it again, shall we? Here we go. So time now to turn to Charlie de Vreede, which is my fellow country person. Hello, Charlie.
Hi, how you doing?
So I am. You're a legal professional here in the Netherlands, and just like Ravachi and myself, You've been following the Julian Assange case up closely.
Definitely.
And even more so the extradition trial that was a month ago. So let's discuss what went on with the extradition trial of Assange in London last month, and how that, if at all, that ties into Trump or Biden being elected. Just before we start, maybe to get to know you, have you picked a candidate? If you were allowed to vote, who would you vote for?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, 100% vote for Trump, without a shadow of a doubt. Not because of Trump. I mean, I don't think he's super. I don't know. Like, I don't care about the person. I don't do identity politics, but he's anti-establishment. So that's to me, that's really really positive. And there's really it's not a left or right issue at all. It's like you've got nationalism versus internationalism. You've got more government, more rules and regulations, as opposed to being a bit more free, I guess. That's how I see it.
You have voted already, or haven't you?
No, I didn't, because it's a long process being abroad. You have to physically mail in a request to my state, and then they have to send it back, and then you have to send it back again. And I just, the last person I consciously felt comfortable voting for was Ron Paul, back in the day. And I agree with what Charlie said about President Trump. But yeah, I think that we're at a point where things are just so many big things are happening that regardless of who wins, there are like things that are coming that no one can stop. So
don't you think it's going to be accelerated if Joe Biden wins?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So I was just mentioning before we started recording, I saw the Rubin report yesterday, and he actually he voted for Trump, he said, and he's been he has some negative reactions in his personal life, but he said he went into vote and he didn't even have to show an ID. So I think that's voter fraud already, and we haven't even officially started voting yet. Like tomorrow is the vote, but if you don't have to show your identification to vote, it's insane. So he lives in California, which is that's a very, very democratic state, and they also have this regulations. There's other rules that they can vote on, and this Rule 16, I think, it's basically on positive discrimination, which is definitely also discrimination, which is against the law. Just trying to vote, so sort of social justice warrior rights for people to be judged on the basis of their race or their sexual orientation.
Let's move into the topic of this conversation.
Yeah.
So, in September there was this long lawsuit, is that what you would call it, in London, where they'd have to decide if Julian Assange is going to be extradited to the United States or not.
It's an extradition hearing.
Yeah, extradition hearing. So how does that work then? Are you? I mean, I've seen him being held in a very high security prison with no liberties at all, basically solitary confinement. How does that work if a country wants you extradited? I mean, you're not criminally indicted.
I think they say he's a potential flight risk. But yeah, no, you're supposed to take care of a person who's I mean that they're not gonna grant him bail. I mean he did flee his like the previous time, so to speak. So there's maybe something to say about that. But
you think you're referring to him getting a political asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy? So international treaties would not describe that as fleeing, I believe.
No, he jumped bail.
Well, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, he's done his time for that, I think, by now.
He's done his time for that, yeah. Exactly, that's why we had to wait. But
let's okay, first question that I would have is what would be grounds for extradition? Are there grounds in what Assange did that he'd be extradited to the United States? And what you kick in also, whatever, with you or not. Yeah. Charlie.
I say absolutely no, but I mean, if you follow, this is conspiracy, conspiring against the government, If you follow the narrative by the U.S. government, then you should say, yeah, there's grounds for that. But if you're talking about making public these confidential information about war crimes, you're allowed to do that under international law. So it's for the greater good. It's for a public interest. You're allowed to do that. So then I would say no, there's no grounds, and it's a political colored, like. So then there would, on the basis of that, there's the Article 4 of the US-UK extradition treaty. You're not allowed to, if they seek extradition for a political offense, then you're not allowed to extradite. So, and then I would say absolutely not. But if you follow the US government, what they say, then.
I'm just reminded of the last conversation I had with Rico for my podcast, and what Rico explained was that the court in the UK, that they had nothing really against Assange, and that it was essentially like a kangaroo court. And just as you say, Charlie, that in reality, like, there was nothing that they really had on him. But as you said, it's when you're caught up in the empire's web, they can have their way with you, right? Yeah,
they made in this US-UK extradition treaty. You don't actually have to have a basic level of evidence. So it's a very weak extradition treaty. They made this on purpose this way, so everyone could be extradited to the US. So it's not normal. That's not a normal provision in an extradition treaty. Normally, you would have to have some sort of proof, which sounds so logical, right?
But then the chances are that he'd be extradited then. I mean, if they don't have to prove it.
No, it's going to be a very lengthy process. I mean, we're just in the beginning now, because you have so we have this hearing now, and we're expecting to have the judge ruling on the 4th of January of 2021, and then there's going to be an appeal. I mean, if I know the Assange's defense will appeal if they lose, but I'm guessing the United States government will appeal as well if they lose. So then you go to the High Court, to the Court of Appeals, and then you can eventually even go to the Supreme Court. So we're not done yet. But yeah, there's a chance that he would be extradited, of course, and which would also be illegal, because he would be subjected to torture if he would be going to the United States, because then he's going to go to a high security prison. He's going to be in solitary confinement. So that would be another grounds not to extradite, because you can't extradite someone to another country if there's a realistic threat that they would be subjected to torture.
All right. So Charlie and myself have discussed this in Dutch in a separate interview, and one of the things that we concluded is that there was no media attention at all in the Netherlands for that last month of trial, and hardly any for the week in February. Vreede, how is the Assange extradition shown, or to the American? Nothing.
Well, I mean, let's say in the Mexican press, because I'm down here, I'm following some of it in Spanish. It's very not much at all, and I would say the same in the U.S. And kind of just to comment what you were saying about the chances of Assange. I don't know if you followed Peter Hitchens, right? Or he recently published a piece, Peter Hitchens, about what the British judge Lord Sumption recently just said, that democracy is dead in Britain, and that
100%.
But he's not understating this. Like, literally, that it's become a totalitarian state for good, and democracy is gone. And what has happened now is something that hasn't happened in centuries. And this is serious for all of us, because democracy is dead. Democracy
and the rule of law, 100%. And human rights. So this is like in the European Union, you have the 3 pillars of the European Union, which is democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. It's gone. It's in shambles, 100%. And it's terrible, because I specialize in human rights law, and it's horrible.
You being an American, or Vreede, I mean, that's how.
That's why I went to Kazakhstan, which doesn't have an extradition treaty with the U.S.
All right, so let's walk by what happened in court. What was the alleged crime that the United States wants him for, and what was the prosecution side of it, and how did defense react to that, Charlie?
Okay, so let me just quickly read out the counts of the indictment. So you have conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defense information. That was count 1. You have count 2, conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. Count 3, obtaining national defense information. Counts 5 to 8, obtaining national defense information. Count 9, disclosure of national defense information. Count 12 to 14, disclosure of national defense information. And same for counts 15 to 17. That's it.
Now, was a situation with the original indictment and then that thing was added upon or changed with the superseding indictment? How did that work?
Yeah, so the first indictment that was based on the Computer Intrusion Act, and so that's a conspiracy to commit computer intrusion, and that's completely different because now they're looking at the Espionage Act. And the Espionage Act is set by the United States to have universal jurisdiction. I don't think that's the same for the Computer Intrusion Act. I wouldn't imagine so. So yeah, they changed the indictment. So you have a defense team working for clients. They build a whole case, and I would say they would probably have a lot on the jurisdiction part, and then they just changed the indictment prior to the case with only a very short notice. So then that throws off the entire strategy. And then what we talked about in the previous conversation, that also there was where he was staying at the Ecuadorian what do you say?
Embassy, yeah.
Embassy. That was bugged. Like there was surveillance. There were cameras and there were microphones, even in the toilet. So they listened in to the conversations that Assange had with his defense, with his lawyers. So already they know the whole strategy. This is not normally, this would throw out a case immediately, because that's highly illegal. And they've also confiscated classified or confidential information between Assange and his legal team. That's also highly illegal. Should throw out a case immediately as well. But,
all right. So
very strange things happening here.
Yeah, and another thing is being a court proceedings being public. I mean, in the Netherlands, it's supposed to be publicly accessible to the audience. You're supposed to see the rule of law as a citizen. However, yeah, we're in a corona crisis globally, so people weren't allowed in the court, and even journalists and international observers weren't allowed in the court. So, was this? Are we supposed to take this trial seriously, or?
I mean, it is very serious, but I mean, it's not a fair trial, not in the slightest. You know, the judge, like there's this so we got a new judge. She brought in a laptop with her, and so you have these procedural sort of things, so that she rules on during the trial. So then you have both sides, they're arguing, and then when she ruled on these things, she would open her laptop and read out the previously written statement. So that's, you can't, I don't think you can take that too seriously. But
yeah, so the verdict is set already, basically.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it doesn't really.
Now the question being, so this is an election night, right? The United States is picking either Biden or Trump, or probably not picking either, and fighting over that for the coming weeks or months, maybe. But would either candidate respond differently Is Assange extradited, you think?
Well, I think, like we just said, I think if Joe Biden is elected, then that there is the whole the political establishment that you will vote for, and Trump is anti-establishment, and so what I think the only chance that Assange has for a presidential pardon would be Trump giving him a pardon. And I think that's to be expected from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
Would you agree, Vreede?
Yeah, but I feel with Biden, Assange is dead for sure. Yeah. But with Trump, that there's a small chance that he would pardon. I don't think because again, it's like, I feel like it's the John F. Kennedy deep state situation where, when Kennedy turned, they killed him and his brother and Martin Luther King Jr. And there's always, they can always tie the hands of Trump. So I don't think, even if he could, even if he wanted to, doesn't mean that he could, but definitely that there would be a chance that Trump could do it, but I don't think it would be a given.
I have my hopes on that, for sure. You can do it, Mr. President. We have faith in you.
Yeah, one can hope. But the point that I made to you, Charlie, is that under the Trump administration, and I say this to everybody that favors Trump, under his administration, a reality winner was arrested and tried for Espionage Act. She's a whistleblower, and now maybe a president can't do that much, but he hasn't gone out of his way to help her.
No, but he has to be re-elected, so you have to take that into account. And once the election is over, then he has some freedom to do that because he doesn't have to get re-elected after that. So, and with Assange, he could not burn his fingers on that prior to the elections, because with Assange, you have the Russian collusion thing going. If he would have said anything about Assange, because remember, in the 2016 election, he said, "I love WikiLeaks, love, 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 love." He said it many times, and then and after that, he said, "Assange, I don't know anything about that." I mean, he's not an idiot. He's a very smart, very intelligent man. So, of course, he knows about it, but he can't comment on it. He can after the election is done, and he can't. Then he will have the freedom to open up about it.
That's exactly what happened with Kennedy when he was finished going through his first term. He had hinted he was going to pull out of Vietnam, but only when he got elected the second time. So he wasn't, talking about that during his first term. Oh. And of course, they killed him.
Suicide.
They killed him before he could do that. So,
yeah.
Charlie made the point that it would be political suicide if you would push that agenda in your first term. So that's
100%.
That's why you have your hopes.
With Reality Winner, I don't know. It's so interconnected. So then, yeah, I mean, if he would have said anything about Reality Winner, then the narrative would have been, oh, so he's going to pardon Reality Winner, then he's going to pardon Assange as well, and then he's a Russian spy, whatever, So you can't. You have to wait until the election is over.
Okay, just for the American audience and international audience that haven't been following the Assange trial, maybe emphasize, and maybe you can do this, Charlie, and we can add whatever. How has he been treated by the United Kingdom? And is that a common approach to a person being extradited?
No, it's insane how he's been treated. I mean, at first it started at the Ecuadorian embassy. In the first few years, he was treated very, very well there. And then you have a new president coming in in Ecuador. So you also have a new ambassador going into the embassy. And then after that, that's when it really started going south. And then he was allowed less and less visitors, and then we had the whole surveillance thing where everything was bugged. And after a while, it's just they took away his phone privileges, they took away his internet, took away his razor. We all saw him when he was dragged out of the embassy. You saw him with the long beard. Just yesterday, I was watching these, like Trevor Noah and Stephen Colbert joking about it, joking about a man who's been subjected to torture. It's terrible. Everyone laughing about it. It was just, I couldn't believe it. They were commenting on his personal hygiene, and I'm thinking, how do people not see he's stuck in this embassy. He's completely reliant on what they give him. So it's not his fault that he has a long beard, for instance. And then, I mean, everyone heard these stories about like he was smearing poop on the walls. Well, then that's just a lie, because they've located the cleaning company that cleaned the embassy, and they've completely debunked this. But you don't hear that in mainstream media, because they want to have a character assassination, basically. So, and it's been very effective. I mean, in the States, I'd say 95% of Americans hate him. That's not a real. I've just made that up, but a lot of people hate him in the States. They see him as an enemy of the state. You know. So. Would you
agree, Fauci? What's your assessment on the American audience?
I haven't been to the States for a while, and so I can't really pick that up on my radar. I think maybe 95%, maybe a little too high, but I probably agree with you that like a majority, they just believe whatever the mainstream says. I mean, that's the feeling I have with Americans in general, that most believe the mainstream narrative.
The narrative, yeah. And it's the same, like you have Niels Meltzer, who is the UN ambassador on torture, and he said, because he investigated this situation, and he said, I just saw this amazing speech by him. We'll put a link below so people can watch that, because he described it perfectly. He said he didn't know much about the case, and then it was dropped on his desk, so to say, and then he was like, "Oh God, I have to help this person who raped those women in Sweden, and it's disgusting, horrible. I have to. Well, I mean, of course he's going to look into it. That's his job, and he's an honest man. So he when he looked into it, and then he's completely changed his mind on this, and he knows now, he sees now that it's all been lies, and you know, the public has been fed this horrible story. And so yeah, please, we'll put the link down below. Please look at that speech that he held, because he's actively fighting to get Assange out, because he assessed the situation, and he said this is 100% certainly torture, psychological torture, and he's not done this on his own. There's been other professionals looking into this, like doctors assessing his health, and they say there's a real risk here that Assange might not survive this if they keep going on with this in this situation. So,
okay, to recap on that bit, so in the United Nations, all countries, including United States, including Great Britain, have agreed to not torture, and then that treaty, if you will, gets a rapporteur assigned. That's Niels Meltzer currently, so he's the rapporteur for torture, and he goes investigate if there's a possible case of torture, and he did that, and he assessed the health condition and of Assange, and there's protocols for that. So he did that with doctors and psychiatrists, and he ran through that and professionally assessed, well, this is he shows all symptoms of torture, and that was done by Great Britain, right, by United Kingdom, working together, you could say, with the United States. I mean, we have Italian journalist Stefania Morici, who did through FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, research on how does that work with United States, Great Britain, Sweden, even that alleged rape situation, and these things are tied together. Okay.
So, but under the Convention Against Torture, there is a legal obligation to prosecute every act of torture. A legal obligation to prosecute.
Well, I interviewed Mr. Meltzer in 2019, and I asked him the same question. So what happens when you find a victim of torture? And he says, well, it's within my mandate to write a letter. I'm paraphrasing, to write a letter. So he addresses the signing countries.
And then they have a legal obligation to investigate and prosecute.
Oh yeah, or either that, or they would not respond, or they would respond, we're of a different opinion. And
yes, well, that's what happened, but this is not. I mean, I studied international law, so from an international law perspective, something should happen.
Yeah, so it's not just the rule of law in the United Kingdom that is compromised. It might be international law also. That's what you're saying.
Yes, this Convention Against Torture.
All right.
Which, I mean, torture is one of those, like use Kogan's, is one of those very, very strict laws that the entire international community is in agreement on that we should do everything to abolish torture, and that every act of torture will be investigated and prosecuted and ended as soon as possible. And I mean, not extradite someone against against an extradition treaty, and that they would be subjected to torture in the United States as well. I mean, he's subject to torture now. He's in solitary confinement, and I mean, also the conditions in the trial. We didn't talk about that in the previous conversation, but he was held in this like glass box. Basically, he was not able to communicate with his legal team, and they're not able to read all the files. It's wrong. It's wrong on every single level. It's insane that this is happening.
All right. Well, any final questions from you, or what your final things you want?
I would just add, I hate to always be the party pooper, but like what Peter Hitchens and Lord Assange were saying, that democracy is dead. And just to add on what you were saying, I recently interviewed Doug Valentine, who wrote about CIA's Phoenix program that exterminated tens of thousands of people in Vietnam, and how that has come back to the U.S. like as a police state. And near where I grew up in Chicago, they have black sites where they illegally they don't arrest people, they just rendition them to this black site in the middle of Chicago. They've tortured people there and killed them. So this is ongoing. The war on terror has stripped the veneer off of democracy. And recently it was reported in Mexico that the former president Calderon, who's basically, U.S. puppet, that the president of Mexico, he personally had been running these death squads, torture.
The former president.
Former President Calderon,
yeah.
Felipe Calderon, who's teaching at Harvard now or whatever. So this shows you that when you talk about rule of law and torture, I mean, here we are, they're running, the president of Mexico is running torture rendition in Mexico, back with the U.S. They're doing it in the U.S. So all the gloves, I think the mask is coming off and the gloves are coming off.
Oh, we all have to wear masks, but yeah.
Well, for them, the mask is coming off.
Yeah, they don't have to abide by the rules, of course not. No. So I just want to comment on the trial a little bit more, because what was stated by the United States is that there was a real risk that people would get hurt because of these leaks. I mean, we're talking about leaks that happened 10 years ago, and no harm has been done at all. The only thing that was done was they revealed how much harm that was done. War crimes, absolutely 100% certain war crimes on a massive scale, that was revealed. But no harm was done to American citizens or due to these documents coming out. So, and that also that was stated that he just recklessly shared these documents, and he didn't change any of the names, or there was a very, very meticulous redaction process before these documents were published by WikiLeaks. So I think, don't take my word for it, investigate yourself, but don't the things that people are convinced are true, it's a mainstream media narrative, and that is just not true. And this has been there's been statements in the trial now that people are coming forward saying about this meticulous redaction process. So that's something to keep in mind. And also there was absolutely no forensic evidence in this case. There's no evidence against Assange, because we're talking about these files. They were leaked by Chelsea Manning, then Bradley Manning, and he was talking back then. He was talking to a person called Nathaniel Frank, not Julian Assange. There's no forensic evidence tying Julian Assange to these acts. I mean, it's clear that WikiLeaks has published these documents, but you can't tie Julian Assange to this. You need forensic evidence for that, and we have no forensic evidence. So.
Charlie de Vreede, my fellow country person from the Netherlands, thank you so much for this.
I used to live in Australia, he's my fellow Aussie, fellow Aussie.
Fellow Aussie, oh yeah, okay, cool.
Australia's doing nothing for him at all, so, but...
That's too harsh a statement, so the country maybe.
There's
massive support for Assange.
No, don't get me wrong. I mean, massive. Okay. There's so many great... I wasn't talking about that, I'm talking about government.
Thank you for this interview. Take care. We're back. Are we supposed to be journalists now and say, well, he's got Florida? You think? No,
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, let's just move into the next topic. And that's going to take us to our last guest, Tom Luongo. So we're waiting for him to show up. And once he's here, we're going to let him in and talk to the guy behind Gold, Goats, and Geopolitics. Or is it Gold, Goats, and Guns? I know you have talked to him before.
Yeah, Dom's been a guest on Geopolitics Empire a number of times. He's great. I love the work that he does and his personality.
Does the G stand for guns or geopolitics? What do you think?
God, goats.
All right. So we recorded another clip. I'm going to lead into that thing. This has to do with the coronavirus and the measures in Europe. So I don't know how many Americans are watching this or English-speaking rest of the world. But things are happening in Europe as well. And some people, educated people, doctors, lawyers, other professionals are seeing the measures and are seeing a disconnect between the virus and its effect and the measures taken. And they are taking action. One of the people that has taken action is Heiko Schöning. He's German and a doctor and co-founder of Doctors for Enlightenment. And also member of the WDA and and also of the ACU 2020. Now, what that is, ACU, it's German, Außerparlamentarischer Corona-Untersuchungsausschuss. Well, my German is not that bad, but investigative committee outside of Parliament. If Parliament is not investigating, we're going to do it ourselves. So that's Heiko Schöning. And his example has been mirrored into the Netherlands. So we're going to listen in a minute from now to Pedro Kuit, who's a Dutchman and who's created his Dutch Buitenparlementaire Onderzoekscommissie, his Dutch outside of Parliament investigative committee. Now, Heiko Schöning introduced the World Doctors Alliance in Berlin, in Germany, and introduced there was also one of the speakers there was also Elke de Klerk. Elke de Klerk is going to take the Dutch government to court. She feels with her fellow doctors that the coronavirus should not be on list A. So these are initiatives that are actually taking place here. And then the last one I want to mention, I'm going to interview him next week, is another German, Rainer Füllmich. Now, he has been involved in legal actions around the Volkswagen diesel scandal. You might remember that Volkswagen, they pimped their cars to fall below the diesel threshold, and that was basically fraud. So he has an experience in class action lawsuits and big lawsuits like that, and also against Deutsche Bank. He is going to take, I believe, United States or maybe Germany, I'm going to ask him next week, to court based on the findings of that outside parliamentary investigative committee. So lots of this stuff is happening in Europe as well. We're going to talk to smallish. So the Netherlands is not the biggest country in Europe, but Pedro Kuit has got his own committee, and we interviewed him yesterday. Here we go. Okay, at this time we're talking to Mr. Pedro Kuit, my fellow Dutch countryman, who has decided to take to take matters into his own hands,
yes,
so to speak. We're going to talk about corona measures taken in the Netherlands, lockdown, and them being in or outside of law, and how we respond to that. Before we go there, Pedro, I know of your project, and you have been my guest in Dutch on the Potkaars Podcast already. So this is our first English conversation. Before we started, we will publish this to YouTube, and we intend to keep it on YouTube and not be censored anytime soon, if we can avoid that anyway. So let's just try to stay within their restrictions, such as we know them at this time. Oh yeah, and also, just further on in the conversation, tell us about your experience streaming to the YouTube channel. We'll get to that in a moment.
Yes.
First off, Pedro, what are you doing in the Netherlands?
Do I have to go back to the website Do Zelf Normaal? Or okay.
Let's start where you started.
Let's start over again. Yeah. Well, in March, the 16th or 15th of March, our Prime Minister told us that a very dangerous virus, COVID-19, entered the Netherlands illegally, and he said it's very dangerous and it has a very high fertility rate. And like all Dutch people, I believed him. So I washed my hands and I sneezed in my elbow, etc., etc. And I didn't dare to touch the buttons in our elevator. But after 2 weeks, the doubt popped up in my mind, and I thought, well, I don't think that's all true. There's a bigger reason why they are doing this, and it's all about power and about money. So a few months later, I decided to build a website called Do Zelf Normaal. In English, it's behave normal yourself. So don't talk to me about normal. Behave normal yourself. It's a sentence in a debate our Prime Minister had with a member of Parliament a few years ago. And in his corona measures, he was talking about the new normal. So I thought, okay, the new normal, it's going to stay this way. Wash your hands, not distance from 1.5 meters from your fellow citizens. So I didn't think it was normal, and I built a website, Do Zelf, and at that, Do Zelf Normaal. And at that website, I published all his lies from the past and his lies about COVID-19. And I didn't just publish it; I proved it with sources on the website that he was lying about very many things. And before COVID-19, the press was always talking about the liar, our Prime Minister, the liar. And now there was COVID-19, and he was a hero. And I didn't understand it because I thought he was a liar then, and I think he still is a liar. He's lying about all these things. So when I published 9 lies and the 10th lie was in my mind and I published it, I got very angry and I went to the district attorney and I told the district attorney, this guy, he's lying, and he basically he's a terrorist because he wants to change our society indefinitely, and he has no reasons, and he's using his position to do that. So.
We're still talking about our Prime Minister Mark Rutte, just to be sure.
We are still talking about our Prime Minister Mark Rutte,
okay.
Yes.
Carry on, yeah.
Okay, and then I asked the Parliament to start an investigation to the
corona measures, yeah.
The corona measures, and they refused. And then in Germany, I saw that they were out of Parliament. They started investigation themselves, a commission. They founded a commission and they started an investigation. And they asked scientists about the corona measures in Germany and what they thought about it. And they witnessed out of their profession. So when they had a baker and he wanted to talk about meat, they say, no, you have to talk about bread and not about meat. And you know a great deal about meat, but you are a baker. So medical doctors, lawyers, name it. They asked these people about their opinion according to the corona measures in Germany.
Yeah, to give testimony. And you saw that happening in Germany?
Yes.
And then what happened?
They gave testimony, and I saw it happening in Germany. So in Berlin, there was a very big demonstration against the corona measures. And I said to my daughter, well, let's hop in the car and drive to Germany, because I know Heiko Schönig from that commission in Germany is in Berlin. And I called him and I had a meeting with him in a restaurant. And he told me, well, I did it this and this way. And I said to my daughter, well, we are going to do that in the Netherlands. And when I was back in the Netherlands, I built a website called BPOC 2020. in Dutch, buitenparlementaire onderzoekscommissie, commission out of parliament, investigation committee out of parliament, because the parliament is refusing to investigate this. So I called a lawyer I knew, Frank Staderman, and I asked him to, he is independent from the commission, to lead the hearings. And well, we are doing this. We had 4 hearings. This weekend we have our 5th and our 6th hearing, and we have 60 people waiting to be questioned by Frank Staderman about their opinion. It's all professionals about their opinion according to the corona measures.
Can you give me some? So you've had some testimonies already over the last couple of weeks. What would be the most striking? What can you give me some highlights? What kind of testimonies? What kind of statements are these professionals making?
Well, a chemical specialist talked about the PCR test, and well, he proved that the PCR test. He told us, and he proved that the PCR test is not suitable to test people for corona. And he proved that it's a big fraud to do this, because when the PCR test says people are positive for the coronavirus, well, there are so many false positives, and they are testing so many people more and more and more that the relative count of false positives is very big. So you can't test people with a PCR test and then say, well, there are 10,000 positive tests today, so we are strengthening the corona measures. So it's fraud. It's one big fraud. So we want to prove in this commission that it's one big fraud what they are doing in Europe, but in Holland, but also in Europe. So I'm seeking connection with other countries. So in Germany you have a commission, but I have contact in the United Kingdom with a professor from the University of Cambridge, and I'm meeting him next week. So he wants to found a commission in Germany.
United
I have
Kingdom.
contacts in Belgium, and I have contacts in Sweden and in Swiss. So we want to connect as commissions and exchange professionals to hear about the measures in their own country.
What do you?
It sounds like you're spreading a counter virus, counter-revolutionary virus, which is good. I have a question though. So let's say all these commissions, inquiries go well, and you take all of these testimonies and everything's great. What's the next step beyond that you hope that can be accomplished? You know, once you've done the good work with the committees.
Well, we want to create an awareness in all those countries, in the people of those countries, an awareness, because we are live streaming these hearings and put it on the website. They can look back at that hearing. So we want to create an awareness. So we are Mark Rutte and the government is not explaining why these measures are necessary. They just say, well, 10,000 people more are tested positive, but that's not a good reason to destroy this society. And so we want to create awareness, and we will take it to court. So when we investigate and we see that it's one big fraud, when we can prove that, we will take it to the highest court to bring these people to justice, and to stop this policy, and to change the way the Netherlands, but also other countries in Europe are being ruled by these governments, because I think it's a crime against humanity. I think it's a crime against humanity what they are doing now, and when time is every day I'm more convinced that it's a crime against humanity. Yes.
Initially, now here's the thing: you're taking witness statements not under oath as it formally is, but as if it were under oath. So these are professionals that with their integrity want to give statement of what they see is wrong about the policies conducted in the Netherlands. So you can't get more truthful than that. You have been streaming it to YouTube. What has been YouTube's response to the live streams that you generated?
Yes, well, they sent me a message that I had to stop streaming this kind of live streams with this content, because they warned me that they were going to punish me. And then when I do it the second time, they are blocking my live streams. And when I do it a third time, they are refusing me the entrance to my own channel. And when I do it again, after that, they will delete my whole channel. Yes. So we are being censored. So I decided not to wait. So I went to a private platform, and it costs a lot of money. But now I'm streaming on a private platform in the UK, in the United Kingdom. The professor in Cambridge told me there was such a platform. And it's expensive, but it's much better than YouTube. So this week I'm deleting the whole channel myself, because I don't need YouTube to stream my services.
How's been the media response in the Netherlands to your initiative?
Okay, well, they are calling me because they want an interview with me and my daughter, but I told them that we will not take interviews from the mainstream media, because I think they are responsible, together with the government, by destroying our society, because they just write about the opinion and the propaganda of the Dutch government. And when you are against the corona measures, I say that you are, well, how do you call that in English?
Conspiracy theorist or something, no?
Yes, you're not by your right mind, etc., etc. So they are framing you, and well, we don't accept that. So we don't give any interviews to the mainstream media. But when you refuse to do that, well, it doesn't stop them writing about you. So they framed us in the NRC Handelsblad. That's a big paper a big newspaper in the Netherlands. But I think what they don't like is that they can't catch us, because my daughter and me says, well, no interviews. The lawyer, Frank Staderman, who is leading the hearing, says, well, no interviews. We just don't do that. So I told the journalist who was calling me, go to the website, bpoc2020.nl, and you can see all the streamings, and you can read about why we are doing this, and that's enough. We don't have anything to tell more than that's on the website and in the streamings. So I don't trust the mainstream media, and I gave interview to Rico and to one other channel from Tom Switzer, Blue Tiger Studios, and they are the only two interviewers I trust. And I don't go to the mainstream media.
Okay, thank you for that. So how has been the response by our politicians to your initiative? Have you had any?
Yes, well, I invited politicians to come to the commission and to be heard by Frank Staderman. And well, they all refused. The Prime Minister refused. He wrote me back. You can pull it on the website. You can see it on the website, because all people who refused our invitation are placed on the website. So when they send me an email, I don't come to you, I don't want to be heard by the commission, we place it on the website to be transparent. And we also did that with the reaction, the reply of our Prime Minister, Rutte. And well, they don't want to be heard, but we have an outbreak management team, OMT. They are advising the government. And the OMT a couple of weeks ago, Jaap van Dissel, he called me, and he says, "Well, maybe I want to be heard by your commission, but I want to set some standards, some voorwaarden, preconditions about it." And I said, "Well, you can do that. We don't make exceptions. When you come, and you tell about why you give this advice to the government, no problem, you are welcome, but no preconditions." So he's thinking about it, and right after Jaap van Dissel called me, Karoli Illy, he is een kinderarts, a child
doctor.
And he asked me about the commission and about my opinion. Well, I said, well, I'm concerned. That's why I founded this commission. And I asked him, well, how he thought about his advice to the government about the masks children has to wear at the schools in the Netherlands. Because on the website Doe Zelf Normaal, people can tell about their experiences about their children at school with masks. I had about 800-900 reactions, and also from children from 14, 15, 16 years old who are stressed about the masks they have to wear. And he said, it doesn't concern me. It doesn't concern me. And I said, okay, well, come to the commission and tell about it in a hearing, why it doesn't concern you that children are stressed wearing masks. Well,
so you mentioned Jaap van Dissel,
yes,
and it's a bit of a stretch, but if I have to translate him or his position to United States, he would be, these are my words, and I'm paraphrasing, but he would be a watered down Anthony Fauci in a way, maybe,
yes,
for our
yes,
local.
Yes.
But so that guy is going to give testimony for your commission. That's what you're saying, right?
He called me that he wants to come to the commission. He has preconditions. I said no preconditions, and he said, "Oh, okay. I call you back. I'm thinking about it. He's going to talk about it in the outbreak management team." Right. So he promised to call me back end of the week, and I have his mobile number now because he forgot to call me anonymously, so I have his mobile number.
Maybe it was intentional and he has nothing to hide. So,
yes, so I'm going to stalk him.
I want to go into our Prime Minister declining, Mark Rutte. So question to you is, what was his rationale? So why did he decline? And also further, I believe in Germany, the Bundestag is now working together with the investigative commission from Germany.
Yes.
So what has been Mark Rutte's response, and how does it work currently in Germany?
Well, Mark Rutte's response was that he saw no reason to be heard by the commission because he said a few months ago a couple of members of parliament wrote a report called Lessons Learned. And he said, well, so we learned our lessons, and we are convinced that our policy is the right one. And I told him in my reply, well, I don't think you learned any lessons because you're still destroying society without any reason. You are not proving there is a virus. You are not proving when there is a virus that the fatality rate is very high and it has to be on the A list because you have the authority to put it off the A list on the B list. He can do that. And I said to him, you put it on the A list, but I understand that. When we were all shocked in the beginning of March, but now we see it's just an influenza virus or a rhinovirus. And so put it not on the A list, but on the B list. But when they do that, they are not allowed to take these measures anymore. So, well, he doesn't want to come. And he says, we did an investigation, a couple of parliament members, called Lessons Learned, and that's enough for him.
Now, I'm assuming Angela Merkel is also not contributing to the German counterpart, but how is the Bundestag working together with the Germans?
Well, the Bundestag is working together with the Germans. When the Commission has questions for the Bundestag, why they implant some measures, they are responding on it. So they talk with the Commission. So, and that's a big step forward, because when they see that there are mistakes being made, that's what the Bundestag says. Well, they are going to set up their own commission, but then officially in the Bundestag. So more and more members in the Bundestag are talking with the commission. So that gives them then an official status. and the mainstream media is not so negative anymore about Heiko Schönig, because they see he's an authority and he knows what he's talking about, and the commission is an honest commission just doing an investigation to the policy of the government according to the COVID-19 measurements. So they are winning authority. And when I told him that in the beginning no one was responding to our requests to come to the commission, and now we see that many people call us ourselves, and they said, well, it's exactly the same what happened in Germany. But they are about 3 months ahead of us. So, we see we are on the radar and we are on the agenda. And just we don't give any interviews and we are holding back. And we see that the mainstream media doesn't know what to do with it. They call us and they think, well, okay, they want to be in the newspaper, so everybody knows they are there. But we just say, no, we don't do that. And they don't like that. They don't know what to do with us.
What's your take on this, Hrafnsson, if you hear this?
That's the correct approach, because back in January I did an interview with Francis Boyle, the guy who wrote the Biological Weapons Convention.
Oh, yeah.
And that I was the first to ask him about the corona being a bioweapon, and that he said it was a bioweapon that leaked out of Wuhan lab. And that was my most popular YouTube video ever. 300,000 views, would have probably gone on to 1 million, and YouTube promptly deleted it. But like a few months ago, I got an Associated Press journalist who wanted to interview me about the situation. And his email was very strange. Like, I want to know more about you, who you are, where you come from, what you did about this interview. And just like you said, I knew it was going to be a hit piece. And I refused to even answer his email. And then a month later, when his piece came out, indeed, it was a hit piece. It was talking about conspiracy theorists and this and that. And had I done the interview, he would have put my name and, painted me negatively. So
yes,
there's no other approach. It's just disengage, don't cooperate with them, and like as you say, work with the alternative media and do your own thing. So
yes.
All right. Well, that's encouraging. Thank you, Pedro.
Yes. That is encouraging. Yes.
Yeah. So I also noticed. I know you're what you're doing, but so you have lots of people lined up. What can we expect in the coming weeks then? Can you lift some of the what kind of guests?
Yes. Well, for privacy, we just published the names of the witnesses 5 days before. So. Coming weeks, we can expect a social geograph. He is called Maurice de Hond. He's coming to be heard by the commission. We have a professor, Pierre Capel. He is this next Saturday. He is coming to the commission, followed by a psychologist who is talking about the stress, followed by the measures of the government. So we have all kinds of professors and doctors who are coming to the commission these months, following months.
Okay. And also in the Netherlands, those names would by now be pretty well known.
They're pretty well known. And end of this month, an economist of the University of Nijenrode is giving a statement in the commission. We are very glad and happy that he wants to do that, because he's talking about what the measurements are doing with the economy and if that's within proportions. Okay. Yes.
Pedro Kuit from the Netherlands. Thank you so much for being our guest.
Yes.
Keep it up.
Okay. Thank you very much. And good luck. How do you pronounce your name?
Hrafnsson.
Hrafnsson. Okay. But in short, what are you doing? You have a channel, an alternative channel, or?
Yeah. It's called Geopolitics Empire, and I interview people from all over the world. I've interviewed spies, diplomats, academics, economists, and so I do try to do that every week. So
okay, well, good luck with that, and I was glad to join the conversation. Thank you, Rico, okay. And well, maybe we see each other soon again.
Okay, we'll do.
Yes.
Take
okay.
Care. Yeah, I shall sure see him this weekend in his next hearing. These are the guys that make me proud. So we've been bitching about the Netherlands, I have, but this is encouraging. We're waiting for our last guest. So you mentioned while he was talking that there was a question that came up about, is censorship on YouTube worse or less severe in different languages? Me being Dutch and you being Spanish. I'll make one example. I interviewed a Dutch doctor, the guy you go to when you feel sick, and I asked him, as if I were a patient, how would you treat me when I would have corona symptoms? And he walked me through that in an hour-long interview. And well, there was some stuff in there that YouTube didn't like. I mean, they were contradicting the World Health Organization position. So it took them over a month, and then they took that video offline for violating their spam and scam policy. Then I interviewed a lady, an American doctor, Colleen Huber, and she went into the risks that she sees of mouth masks, and she sees adverse health effects. And she refers to an investigation that Anthony Fauci has done. I clipped Fauci, so I put a fragment of his 60 Minutes interview in my interview with that Dr. Colleen Huber. Now, that thing was picked up by YouTube's censorship filters, like immediately, so I would get a copyright claim, and not severe copyright claim. But then within half an hour, my interview was deleted and blocked. I didn't even publish it. So I'm pretty sure the copyright filter, more than English, made YouTube kill that interview and put me on the penalty bench.
And you just said the F word. I think we're screwed now.
Oh, damn. I'll shut up now.
Fauci, no.
All right. We have Tom Luongo enter the room. I'll let him in.
All right. For our grand finale.
And then afterwards, you tell us how the election went, yeah?
Yeah. Hello, Tom. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. How are you guys tonight? Been a long time.
It's been a while.
I prepare my interviews thoroughly. So I was watching yours, and I thought, well, I have to get my props up here.
Well, okay. Well, then let's do this.
Hold on.
Do this. This is my normal way of doing it.
I was thinking...
I love it. We're gonna all do the hat thing tonight. That's fucking great. All right.
He's got fun too.
I'm a little drunk, guys. So if I stray from the family friendly thing, don't just remind me.
Yeah, so. We're trying to not get blocked from YouTube. So if you can prevent us from having to go through that.
Got it. I'll do I'll do my best.
So have you guys elected a new president by now already, or no?
As far as I can tell, looking at this thing from state to state and going through county by county, and I think this thing is done. There were a couple of close calls for Biden in states like Virginia and Rhode Island, where he could have lost states that he wasn't expecting to. But for the most part, it looks like Trump's going to win. He's won Florida, he's won Texas, he's won Georgia, he's won North Carolina, he's won Ohio, he's won Iowa. Because in every one of those states, and with Iowa being the weakest, all of the major urban centers have already mostly reported. And then Arizona, they dumped all of the early voting numbers on the market immediately. And now we're getting the on the day, election day numbers coming in. They should all be heavy Republican. Arizona, I think, is in play.
Okay. Okay.
Virginia, they finally started reporting from like Richmond and Fairfax County and a variety of other places like that. And that's finally going to be called properly for Biden. But it was really touch and go there for a couple of hours. They were calling it at like 7:30 that Biden was going to win. I'm like, I don't know. Trump's got a 400,000 vote lead here. Like, where are you going to manufacture those votes, right? And it was just looking really, really shaky when you were going county by county. And I mean, Rhode Island right now is 2,000 votes. Of all things, Rhode Island is 2,000 votes. And if, the students at Brown University don't show up, then it's very possible that Providence doesn't break hard. And, and Rhode Island somehow goes red for the first time since Ronald Reagan. It's that close. But reality is that Rhode Island doesn't matter. Michigan is most likely going to go hard Trump at this point. Most of Detroit and Ann Arbor have already reported, and Trump's lead is such that they can't manufacture anything more than that. Now, whether Governor Gretchen Whitmer will actually certify the election or not is a different story. right? That's where this thing is going to get kinky in the next 48 hours or so. But realistically speaking, if the margin in Michigan is big enough, it won't matter. Same thing is looking like it's going to happen in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Trump's got a massive lead in Pennsylvania as of right now. And Philadelphia has already 28% reported. And from what I saw from people on the ground, it was a replay of 2016, in which there just wasn't a huge turnout in Philadelphia. So now they got to manufacture the votes. I mean, literally steal them, literally like print them out of thin air. And I don't know that they can print 500,000 votes.
Okay. What about the electoral votes? It seems Biden.
Well, that's what I mean. Is once we get into that, and once we get to that level, to me, the map at worst, the worst projection for Trump, as I'm looking at it right now, and excuse me if I'm not looking at the camera because I'm looking at my other screen. I'll try and put it close so I don't look like.
Oh, I just noticed you're a bass player.
Yes, I am.
Good.
Absolutely. Been so since I'm 15.
Yeah, me as well. Okay.
So when you put the whole map together and we take Virginia out of play for Trump, we can even take, let's be generous to Biden to take Wisconsin out of play. And I think Trump may win Wisconsin. And we give Biden Arizona by hook or crook. Trump's still at 285. That's without New Hampshire. That's without Wisconsin, Virginia, Rhode Island, as I talked about, Arizona, and him taking Michigan, and if he takes Pennsylvania, and if he doesn't take Pennsylvania, that's where we get into a problem, right? And so that's the scenario that they're trying to create here, is that where they can bring it all down to Pennsylvania because they figured out how to crack Arizona, and they can make Pennsylvania the gig. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Trump may actually win Wisconsin and end the entire affair, because at that point, he's still at 275 in a worst case scenario. And then we have no idea what's going to happen with Nevada, right? We haven't gotten any results yet that I can tell from Nevada. Let me look at what the New York Times is reporting as of right now. Nevada just started reporting.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree with you. It seems like, as we might expect, a Trump slam dunk, but I think some of us have been discussing some of the deep state surprises. I'm afraid, what might happen waking up tomorrow morning, or events in the middle of the night.
Sure.
There's all this dark winter talk, revolutions, riots. What are your thoughts on these surprises?
Well, I'm expecting all of it, right? I'm expecting everything. They're fully committed to their Great Reset, right? The World Economic Forum's Great Reset. They are fully committed to it. They've turned Boris Johnson in the UK, or Boris Johnson finally unveiled himself as to what he actually is. Take your pick. I think Johnson's been playing games as to whether or not, if Trump were to win, how he was going to betray Britain. Whether he's going to betray Britain. This is whether he's going to betray Britain by being part of the EU or not a part of the EU, i.e. with a no-deal Brexit or without a no-deal Brexit. But I think that he was always going to betray Brexit, because at the end of the day, I was talking to Patrick Henningsen a couple of weeks ago on my podcast, and he said, remember that, Stanley Johnson is a eugenicist and, a Malthusian, and he's all part of that same clique. Like, you don't think that Boris wasn't inculcated in that? And then obviously he's got the Build Back Better, campaign slogan, or whatever he's putting on the podium at this point. So they're all messaging the same thing. The problem is that they just newly minted 30 million new gun owners here in the United States. I'm going to be frank and honest with you guys. Like, this is the most contested election, or supposed to be the most contested and close election in God knows how long, since maybe Kerry Bush 2004, and Florida just broke 4.5 points for Trump. When's the last time you heard Florida going 4.5 points for anybody that wasn't a foregone conclusion? Texas is going to go 6 points for Trump. Ohio is going to go 7 points for Trump. Okay. If they think they're going to play that game, well, that's nice. We're just all going to say no. And then it's going to get very interesting, which is exactly what the World Economic Forum wants. Because if they can't convert the United States, they want to break it. Right? And I get that. And I've been saying for 6 months now that this may be the most important and the least and most irrelevant election of all time. Which is sad to say. So I was kind of hoping that tonight we get a much more definitive answer to that. Like, I want to see Arizona go red. I want to see, not because I love Trump, because I think Trump is a mess, right? Trying to keep it clean. But if he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Arizona and he wins Wisconsin and Michigan, then there can be no question what the country actually wants, which is they don't want communism, which is exactly what these people are offering. They are offering, without a doubt, they are offering warmed over 1970s moldy old commies that look all like Bernie Sanders, and all the only difference is that they want to substitute robots for the working class, and that's what this whole Klaus Schwab fourth industrial revolution looks like. And they have no idea what they're actually doing. They're just a bunch of aloof, effete eggheads sitting and sipping coffee and Swiss coffee and dreaming up nonsense when the rest of us live in the real world. And none of that looks like anything that we can actually live with. But they're going to destroy, and they're already in the process of destroying the lower and middle classes in Europe, destroying value creation, destroying all of it in order to bring about a terrible future, a really dystopic Aldous Huxley cross between 1984 and Brave New World that is really quite unnerving. And the United States, the American voter, needs to make a definitive answer here, needs to make a definitive statement so that we literally break psychologically these people of their illusions that this is going to happen, so that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez becomes an uninteresting footnote in history. That's what needs to happen. Not because Donald Trump is so great, but because this process needs to be broken. And the United States needs to stand as a bulwark against all of this. Even though we're a mess, even though we're an empire, even though we're so many bad things. But this is your moment where the people of the United States can stand up and say, we reject all of it. We reject the American empire. We reject the nascent new European empire. And if we do that, by the time all the votes are counted, and that will be an unquestionable and unvarnished good thing. And that's what I've been hoping for. And the best we can hope for, the way it's looking right now, is that Trump wins the election, holds the Senate, picks up 5 or 6 seats in the House. He won't own the House. Pelosi will still be Speaker, but it'll be unambiguous. And she'll have lost cachet with her own caucus. And with a result like that, after the money that they've spent and the time that they've spent, that when all is said and done, that she will have a bigger fight internally on her hands than she's ever had before. And that's what I can hope for. And then he can move forward with a cabinet that actually will start getting rid of most of what is the obvious portions of the swamp. So let's
say all goes well, and as you said, Trump wins, does the second term. What about 2024? I mean, would that be a point where all hell breaks loose?
I think it will break loose by 2022. I don't think it'll last that long. I think that Trump will stand athwart that. If he's able in the next couple of hours to then finally call Florida, Texas, and all that, and he can go, look, I've won this election. We're going to certify 270 electoral votes with or without Pennsylvania, or with or without, Wisconsin or whichever state they think they're going to contest us over, and he can do that. And he then immediately fires Christopher Wray at the head of the FBI, fires Fauci, fires this one, he fires that. Literally wakes up the next morning and goes, yep, second term, you're all fired. Like, goes on like it's an episode of The Apprentice. It would be awesome. Like, we're firing all of you. And Mitch, here's my list of people that are going to be in my cabinet. Sidney Powell for head of the FBI, right? Michael Flynn's lawyer. Or this. We're going to do this. And you guys are going to get that done, right? Because if you don't, I'm going to start legislating like Obama did through executive order. And that's going to be the end of it. And I'm going to tell that woman, Pelosi, sit down and shut up. The speaker's gavel isn't as powerful as you think it is. Because I'm going to start actually acting like the president that you allowed Obama to be, which he never did. One of the interesting things about Trump, as much as he's a mess, he's governed like a federalist. He's asked Congress to do their job and not do things that he could do by executive order, because they've already set the precedent to allow him to do all sorts of things by executive order. And he has refused to do it. And thrown things back to Congress, like Obamacare and like all the rest of it. I think that you take the most retributive man in the world and you hand him a second term with a stronger position in the House than he's had in 2 years. And I think they have no other option but to get rid of him to protect themselves. And that's when things get ugly. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but I would prefer a definitive statement tonight that will preclude that happening, because the American people will have made a strong enough statement. This is not what we want. We are in charge, not you. Not you, the media, not you, Pelosi, not all the rest of you. You think you have power. You don't have power. We have power. We, the people, enshrine this Constitution to do X. And what you're doing is Y. Therefore, see ya. That's what needs to happen. And that needs to be made definitively. And if that statement isn't made, then it's going to get really ugly from here for the entire world, because the entire world is hoping that we do this. It's very obvious. You see the people in Lithuania and Nigeria today holding rallies for Trump. Like halfway across the freaking world, they're holding rallies for Trump.
Well, the mainstream media in the Netherlands is still not.
No, I know. It's unfortunate. I know that, and I weep for what's coming in Europe. You guys know. I mean, we haven't spoken, Hawaii. You and I haven't spoken in a while, but you know how much of a focus I have on Europe, because I think the European Union is the real enemy. I don't think China is the real enemy. I don't think Iran is an enemy. I don't think Russia is the enemy. I think the European Union is the enemy. Commies are the enemy. Like, the Chinese are just garden variety fascists now. They're just interested in economic colonization. Like, they're no different than the Brits at this point. Like 19th century, 18th century Brits. That's the way I view the Chinese. Oh yeah, they have their ambitions, but their ambitions aren't like the European Union. The European Union is directing policy through the United States deep state to subjugate China, to subjugate Russia. They're using Donald Trump. They're using Donald Trump as a useful idiot to go after both of them, while then undermining him at home.
Yeah, that's one of the key points. I mean, I've studied the EU. I'm an EU citizen, just like Rico. Right. I've got on my bookshelf, I have the section of global governance, right? And I've got all these academic books, the idea of world government. There's a book about the EU's role in global government, $150 I paid for it. And right. The EU it's the technocracy, right? It's the blueprint for global government, and it's the model that's being exported to all other regions of the world, right. You know, North American Union, South American Union. And as you said, I mean, I was just reading just a month ago or two, the EU is striking a deal for a free trade deal with Mexico. So it's right. Just as you're saying, they're working with Mexico. I think with Australia, the EU just made a deal where they're going to give Australia like almost $1 trillion or something in credit or loans. So right. they're like the yeah, I mean, so that's what's going on. So I would agree with you about the EU, yeah.
Well, to me, I look at it from an American's perspective. The easiest way to explain the EU is they want to be the board, in that they want to get as many people underneath their rubric as possible, so that they can then set the rules for the rest of the world and export those rules to the rest of the world. The same way that here in the United States we have the saying that every bad idea in the United States starts in California and migrates east. To me, the EU is just California writ large. We're going to create a whole bunch of bad ideas, but because we have such economic power, we're going to force that on the rest of the country by setting these ridiculous standards, which will then propagate through the market so that the producers are all forced. If we have to retool all of our production lines for zero emission cars because California wants it, then we get them in Florida, whether we want them or not. Okay? Because it doesn't make any sense for Ford and GM to build two different versions of, or for Ford to build, say, two different versions of the Mustang. No, they're going to build to the most stringent version thereof, and then just run the economy of scale across the entire country. It's not. I mean, that's what they do, and the EU is the same way. It's built on the same technocratic model. It's worse than that because it's the ultimate technocracy, where there's no elected, where there's the veneer of democracy, having a parliament that has no power, and sovereign states which have no power.
No,
right?
I would
with an unelected Politburo. Literally, I call it the EU-SSR.
I wouldn't even call it a veneer. It's pretty well known that the European Parliament is like without any power. It's exactly ceremonial.
Well, and they're trying to do the same thing here in the United States, right? That's what they're trying to do here in the United States by doing they're so thoroughly undermining the Electoral College. And the other thing is, of course, is international treaties which supersede national policy. Well, you have to follow you sign this international treaty, and this international treaty is then subject to the European Court of Justice or whatever it is. And what your parliaments want or what your governments want is irrelevant, right? And if you watch very carefully, and I've been saying this for a long time, if you watch very carefully, watch Angela Merkel very carefully in Germany. She always picks projects that will grant her more economic leverage over the hinterlands of the EU in order to gain political advantage over them within the structure of the EU. So, for example, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which I'm in favor of, but not because I think in the long run, it's a great deal for Europe and Russia to end their antagonism, right? But I also know that Merkel wants the Nord Stream 2 pipeline because she wants to be able to put the screws to Poland by being the transit hub for all the natural gas in Europe, and then sell that gas back to Poland, and then say, oh, by the way, Poland, no, you're really not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. And if you do, we'll just shut off the gas. Merkel wants that power for Germany. She's always wanted that power for Germany. And that's part of what Nord Stream 2 is about. I know that.
Well, you're the first to mention to me anyway the Poland issue. So Nord Stream 2 is going through the sea. I suppose it's through Polish waters.
Well, part of it is. I think they might go around. And Poland has been against Nord Stream 2 pipeline for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, because the United States wants them to be against it.
Well, I mean, look, the Polish Law and Justice Party would be, if they could get past their own Russophobia, Putin would be very happy to build the pipeline directly to Poland to say, look, we'll sell you gas.
Exactly.
But the Law and Justice Party in Poland won't do that. They'd rather dumbly fight against Nord Stream 2 and then import for 30% more on the dollar American LNG.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense to me, simply because they hate Russians. Well, I get why they hate Russians, but at the same time, put your hatred of the Russians aside and realize that the Russians are happy to sell you gas, because the Germans will absolutely turn your gas off the next time you say, oh, by the way, I don't agree with this EU policy. Nope, sorry, we'll shut the gas down. Because they'll do it. Merkel will have no problem doing that. The Russians in 60 years have never shut the gas off to Europe. They shut gas off to Ukraine for not paying their bills, but they've never shut gas off to Europe. Even during the worst of the Cold War, Western Europe was supplied with Russian gas. The Russians never shut anything down. So the United States have been, and the U.S. and British deep state have been concocting this fantasy that the Russians have some kind of policy lever through gas sales over Europe, but they've never used it in 70 years. Why would you think they're going to use it now? It makes no. It's pure propaganda. It's pure nonsense. But and the Poles never seem to get their own place in the world. The Hungarians have been telling them for years now, dude, just get a pipeline. Let's have Putin bring a pipeline to all of us. Of course, the EU would never allow that to happen.
I have a question for you. You've been going in detail on the results of the vote in your states.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's been reported just now or not, but how's the Libertarian Party doing this time?
Terrible.
Oh,
and they deserve it. And I'm a libertarian, and I'm a former state officer. I was nearly state chair in the state party of Florida 15 years ago.
Smaller than 4 years ago?
What's that? It's much worse. Now, Joe Jorgensen's not a candidate. Gary Johnson was a force to be reckoned with when he ran a regional campaign in 2016.
Okay, thanks for the updates. Okay.
But he ran a regional campaign in states to ensure that Hillary Clinton won them. Colorado, New Mexico, Oregon is where he polled well. All of those states where Hillary wanted to ensure that she won, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, that's where he ran strong. Jorgensen is doing 1% to 3% around the country. It's not really all that. She's a terrible candidate. And she's not even a libertarian. I mean, not that the libertarians have run a libertarian in 15 years now. So the last 4 elections cycles, they haven't run a libertarian in forever. Now, the Libertarian Party is terrible. There is no third party movement in the United States. Donald Trump is the closest thing to a third party candidate that will ever make its way through the process.
All right, thank you.
So now I'm looking at the numbers now as we've been sitting here talking. Trump's opened up his lead in Pennsylvania. He's up by 600,000 votes with 58% reporting in Pennsylvania. Michigan, he's got it by 300,000 votes with 52%. The only thing I haven't noticed yet is the big question is going to be Detroit. 70% of Detroit has not reported yet, but he's only losing in Detroit by a few points. He's only down basically 8 points or 10 points, which is nothing. He needs to be down like 30 points for Detroit to overcome the rest of the state. So Michigan's going to go Trump. He's winning in Wisconsin as of right now by 4 points. So
I thought I'd resurrect what you brought up, the World Economic Forum, Great Reset, which I think is that's the topic of our time now, because it's the new world order. It's the birth pangs of this new world order, and they're not joking this time. I have been traversing the planet. This year I was in Kazakhstan. I passed through Amsterdam in the US, Mexico. Everywhere it's a lockdown in every freaking country. I'm getting friends in Kazakhstan telling me the police find them for not wearing masks on the streets of Kazakhstan. I just read today, Canada. So anyone who flies into Canada now, you have to have this app where as soon as you set foot into Canada, contact tracing, quarantines, and all that. It's like, what if I don't want to take a smartphone with me to Canada? It's like insane. So I don't want to go to Canada now. So
I'm not going to Canada. It's crazy. I think they held a meeting recently with Canada, and Europe decided to go through with the Great Reset. That means central bank digital currencies. It means the end of cash. It means all of this stuff. I think the election determines, like I said earlier, whether or not we have a no-deal Brexit in the UK or a bad deal, some kind of bad trade deal. And if there's a no-deal Brexit on January 1st, I think Martin Armstrong. Did you guys have Martin Armstrong on?
Yeah, we were on. Yeah.
Did he mention that, because he's been talking about this privately? I don't know if he's mentioned it publicly, that they're expecting to cancel cash and do all the rest of it by January 1st.
Oh yeah, you want to see this. So what you correct me. So what Armstrong said is, if Trump wins,
they'll accelerate the Great Reset attempt.
They're going to move at lightning speed to push it through.
They have to.
Yeah,
they have to.
And if Biden would win, or it's undecided, it would be January. So.
Oh, okay. So they're going to actually try and push it through like in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
that'll be fascinating. And I respect Marty a lot. I don't always agree with him, but I absolutely respect him, and I respect the work that he does. I don't always agree with his conclusions of what his model tells him, right? And I mean that with the most respect imaginable, because hey, we all don't interpret data that we see in front of us the same way. That we're different people, right? And healthy discussion in that way is an important part of the process. And if I'm wrong, fine. If Marty's wrong, fine. Doesn't matter. The model's telling us one thing. I know what he's hearing behind the scenes. I take that very seriously. I will not be surprised if they don't accelerate from here, because they have to do something, because it's their time. Look, think about all of the things that are happening right now. Think about all of the narratives and the agendas and the time and the programs. They've all come down to this moment in time, to this election. I've been describing this election as a singularity, and we're passing through the event horizon of singularity tonight, and we're going to come out the other side tomorrow, and we don't know what the world's going to look like, right? And that's like everything. That's like 300-year Holocene warming period, and the sun's output is cresting and falling over. We have the baby boomers who have been desperate to try and push this post-World War II utopian society on us. We have the advent, the apotheosis of cultural Marxism, and then cultural Marxism into as the dominant political ideology of the age. We have all of these things are all coming together all at once. And they have all of their agents in place in the United States government, British government, European government, and they're all 80 years old. Pelosi, Schumer, it's like 69, 70. How much longer is he going to last? Right? Go through it. Nadler, Dianne Feinstein, all of it. Go look at the House of Lords, which Nigel Farage is going to destroy in the next 5 years in the UK. Okay? Because there's going to be a backlash in the UK against what Boris is doing now. It's going to bring Nigel Farage to power.
He just said he's starting a new party. I forget the name of it.
Of course he is. The Reform Party or something like Reform UK. He's going to rebrand the Brexit Party, and he's going to move forward, and he's going to win. Things are so fluid in Britain. They're not like the United States, where ballot access laws preclude a third party from getting anywhere. Cost you billions of dollars just to get on the ballot in the United States. A horrendous, impossible amount of money. The only way to reform the American political system is to run an insurrectionist campaign from within, like Donald Trump did, or to secede from the Union. That's it. Those are your two options. Because the rest of it is a technocratic nightmare. Okay? It's a barrier to entry so high that no one can possibly climb it. Many have tried and failed, including the Libertarian Party. So when you really stop to look at this, this is their last chance, because the people that they have in place now to create this thing are placed there, and they're not going to be there much longer. Joe Biden has dementia. Pelosi is a TIA stroke victim. She looks like my mom 6 months before she died. Like, you can see it. The woman's not all there. Same thing with Feinstein. Same with the rest of them. They're not there. Their brains are cooked. Their lives are over. They should be retired. They should be in a home, changing their Depends while she chews on her dentures all day. That's what she should be doing while she watches reruns of Match Game, not running the U.S. House of Representatives. And yet, she is, because she was placed there on purpose. So if they don't get it done this time, the whole thing blows up. And I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work out for them. I think the election results tonight, tentatively speaking, I think are strong enough that it's not going to work. And Trump is going to walk in and say, that's enough. Certify this election. Let's move on and let's get this thing done. And if we can get enough governors to certify 270 electoral votes for him, they can play all the games they want in the Electoral College, but they know what happens if they try to play games with the Electoral College. They start a real civil war, and they all get shot. Because there are 80 million gun owners in America that will not stand for that. Because the one poll that I've seen in the United States that I absolutely believe is that something like 85 or 90% of Americans today want this election settled one way or the other. They do not want this going on for 2 months. And if they play this game where they're going to exasperate us and exacerbate and take this all the way to January 20th, and they're going to try and lawyer this thing out?
No, not going to happen.
No, that is not going to fly. You will finally see conscientious Americans walk up the Capitol Hill, pull Pelosi out by her hair, drag her out by her friggin' dentures, and say, "You're done. Get out of here." Something's going to happen. Something will break. That's not going to happen. So, and so that's why I really want a strong, definitive statement tonight, because it precludes the crazy outcome.
The dark winter. We're running out of time, so I just have a last question, and after that, if you have any final thought for us, a lot of listeners ask me this question. I ask a lot of my guests this question. Whether we do move into this technocracy, dystopian, thing, or even if, as you say, if it falls apart, it's still going to be,
terrible,
total chaos. Aside from getting gold, goats, and guns, what would be like just
Bitcoin.
some practical?
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's actually the best cross-border asset to own, because you can move it under everybody's nose, and you can move as much of it as you want. Can't move gold, can't move goats, can't move guns. If you're gonna hunker down and stay in place, gold, goats, and guns. If you're gonna try and be mobile, like someone asked me tonight while I was on my stream, I said, "Well, what do we do if Biden wins tonight?" I said, "Well, I'm going to seriously think about whether or not I go vagabond. Do I sell the house, or do I just abandon it and go vagabond for a couple of years until this whole thing settles down and we figure out what's going to happen? Because I can do my job from anywhere in the world. I just need a laptop and an internet connection. It's fine. And I've structured my life to be able to do that. Not everybody has that option. So what do you do then? You opt out as much as humanly possible, and you make your life as anti-fragile as possible, and you make your life, and I've been preaching this to people for 15 years, privately and now publicly, you make yourself as anti-fragile as you possibly can. That means diversifying your income streams as much as possible. That means having some way of having a network of people that provide you goods and services that you need in order to get through your life, and however you can, because they're going to disrupt basic supply chains. They're going to destroy your small business. They're going to destroy everything, because that's what commies do. I don't mince words anymore. It's not whether they're commies. Let's just that's what they are. And with all the opprobrium I can lace into that word, they're just commies, and they're bad commies. They're not even like aspirational commies. They're terrible people, and they're arrogant and pathetic.
Oh,
who never worked in a day in their freaking lives, and who do not understand what their proletariat world actually looks like. They just want to destroy people.
You're not only guest to the Geopolitics Empire podcast, you're also guest to something called the Potkaars Podcast, which is pot with candle, Potkaars, Conversations of Hope. You just read the election result, preliminary, but Trump is winning, if I read you right. So
I read it right.
There's hope in the world, if I follow the story.
Oh, there's always hope. Oh. See, look, this whole thing that they're going to, they've already made the right point, which is that they're going to try and pull this off. Last thing to say, they're going to try and pull this off. They are. They're not going to succeed. They're going to just create a massive amount of chaos, and they're going to kill a lot of people. They're going to destroy the lives of a lot of people, and we're going to come out the other side of this and go, yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we're going to figure out what we want next. And I can see it building in the generation that's coming behind me. I know you're older than I am, Rico, and Hrvoje is younger than me, but I see what we call the millennial generation here. I see something in them that a lot of other people don't see. I see them really wanting to understand what's coming next. And they believe in something they believe in a level of authenticity and a level of no BS that they get it. They're not sure what they get, but they get that. And when we come out the other side of that, they're going to be stronger than I think we ever anticipated them to be. It's my job to tear it all down. It's their job to build what's coming next and guide them into what's coming next and to inform them this is why we're tearing it down. That's our goal. That's, I mean, as in the generational scheme of things, I think see things getting better, but it's going to get worse before but it has to get worse before it can get better. We have to hit rock bottom first as a culture.
All right. I think that's a great place to leave it. You've left us and our listeners with hope. Gold goats and guns. It is. And thanks for being our grand finale here.
I enjoyed it, as always. It was great. We haven't chatted in a while, so it was good to. I'm glad you gave me you shot the invite my way. It's fun. So I appreciate it.
I'll have to get you on Geopolitics and Empire soon. And we can't believe that we've done. This was my first live stream. I couldn't have done it without Rico, and I can't believe we did it. So.
Oh, it's actually a lot easier than you think it is. You just kind of just do it.
Do it.
And you move on. So you guys take care. We'll talk soon.
All right. See ya.
Be well. Take care.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make.
You think I'm joking? Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Laat staan dat ik kan ingaan over vuur.